Here we go. All right, we're going live now. I have to hit an extra button on YouTube now that I know that.
Okay, so we're live?
We're live now, according to YouTube.
All right, so we're going to launch with C's animation.
Awesome. Hey, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the Leguminaut Challenge. So we have a chance to send something to space, and we need your help. In October, SpaceX 21 is going to take a payload that's 27 meters by 10 by 10, filled with the plant that you guys get to help us select which it will be. This is a third in a series of experiments that brings a bacteria along with a plant, a legume. And Michael Wilkinson will share us a little bit more what that involves.
Good morning, whatever time it is for everybody. Welcome. How about that?
Yeah. Actually, it is technically morning for you, Gil, there in Osaka, isn't it?
But it is now.
It is 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
And it's still morning for me.
There you go. Oh, there you go. So this is a morning call.
That's right. All right. So good morning, Orcs. Welcome to the fifth of our broadcasts. The point of these is really to give you all something to engage with, engage your students around, have some fun, do some science, do some sharing, connect with people when we can't connect physically, and just kind of bring some fun into your life with some legumes. We flew cowpeas, or sometimes known as black-eyed peas, in February. And that experiment just finished. That was flight 7. And the point of this experiment is to see if the symbiotic relationship between legumes and their symbiont rhizobium, if that soil bacteria can actually function with the soybean as it would here on Earth and be able to fix nitrogen. And it's more than just a curiosity, will this work? This is actually a way in which we could crop sustainably off of Earth and also increase sustainability here on Earth. There's this beautiful relationship between the bacteria, the specific soil bacteria, rhizobium, and legumes. The rhizobium infects the root hairs of the young seedlings. And then in a reaction that on another broadcast, we can go into the details around that, the plant actually creates a cyst, a nodule, and inside that nodule, the bacteria function in a way such that they take the inert nitrogen gas that we're all swimming in and convert that into ammonia, which then can be metabolized as nitrates and nitrites by the plants. So it's a critical pathway to get nitrogen compounds into the food chain, else no proteins could exist, and we wouldn't be here doing this chat. The special thing about today is we've got team leaders from some of our legumes that are going to be dropping in over the next few hours and give you a little bit of pitch about why you might want to join that team and do some thinking, some writing, some drawing, some poetry, some video, whatever you and your students can come up with. This is really for any age group, and just a reason why you would want to select that particular legume as a flight candidate.
Awesome. So, thank you for the brief intro, Michael. And I want to introduce to everyone here, I don't think everyone has met Laura. Laura is one of the teachers, has not yet worked with ExoLab. And I was reading something from her on Facebook earlier this morning, a little bummed out about her school being delayed. Actually just threw up a countdown counter for retirement. Still 1,000+ days away, but I thought maybe we can keep you teaching for a few more days.
Oh my.
Those 1,000+. And so Laura, welcome. I think you might even be able to, in fact, I know you'll be able to lend your thoughts behind this as we think about this magical relationship between these, the symbiosis between rhizobia and some legume. And we've got a challenge coming up here. Which one would it be? And for anyone else, if you've got a legume you really love and we haven't talked about it, maybe you need to build a team and get some people to rally around it. I think we're going to have some whole countries getting around behind some particular bean, right, Gil? But one thing I do want to note, if everyone's got super busy things to do with their family, with their friends, making sure everything's together if you've got classes and whatnot. But at 11 o'clock today, we're going to be growing all the way up till midday here Pacific time. 11 o'clock Pacific time, we're going to be joined by Dr. Liz Warren. No, not that Liz Warren. This Liz Warren really knows what she's talking about when it comes to physiology in space and microgravity. What does the body do?
One thing I do want to note,
someone had a little echo there. So they were talking. And, one fascinating study she worked with was the Mark and Scott Kelly experiments, right? So Scott Kelly went to space for about a year and his twin brother stayed on Earth. They ate the same food. They slept the same amount of time. They did the same exercises. And at the end of that experiment, some miraculous and interesting changes happened genomically to them, epigenetically. Well, we've kind of got a Mark and Scott Kelly experiment, but for plants. So we're going to send one Scott Kelly plant up to the space station and its twin, actually dozens and dozens and dozens, hundreds of twins will be here on Earth. I guess they're no longer twins, are they? But we're going to see what happens while they grow here on Earth in a gravity vector while our friend is up there in space. So help us pick which one we're going to use. We were going to run this contest until April 22nd, until our flight SpaceX 21 got pushed from August to October. So we might extend this a little bit further. And on top of that, while we're talking about the exciting thing about what legumes might do for you, maybe a little bit of history, a little fun cultural stuff, some technical things, carbohydrates and proteins and different vitamins and what have you. We're also going to be bringing in some other guests in the following weeks as well, in addition to Liz Warren at 11 o'clock Pacific time today. So we're going to be learning some about some other things that are happening on the space station. And just for a little extra fun, starting next week, every week we're planning to launch a high altitude balloon. Now it's a virtual balloon, so you can't be there with us, get ready to go on launching it. And it's not going to be a super big one. Normally we launch these huge latex balloons that go up 19 or 20 miles into the atmosphere above the ozone layer, and they go a couple hundred miles downwind. These little balloons are actually were the invention of a guy named Bill Brown, a NASA engineer down in Huntsville. And he's got a 1 meter Mylar party balloon, and this little electronic instrument weighs about 16 grams with some solar panels, a little radio. If you've got amateur radio license, it's basically using one of those. And it has some other sensors on it to temperature and humidity. And we let that little baby go, and it'll travel all across the United States from California if we're good, if we've got a good weather pattern. Students can predict the weather, and it's going to head up over the Atlantic, and sometimes it gets to Africa or Europe. So we're going to do those once a week. Everyone can get engaged and follow along. They can predict where it might go. So number one, what's up today for our next 3 hours is we're going to learn about legumes. And so, Michael, I don't know what our schedule looks like, so why don't you kind of lead the parade here? I'm going to refresh my coffee cup. I'll be right back. It's all you, Michael. I think you might be on mute. You're on mute there, Michael. There,
Just
you're
trying
unmuted.
to pull up my calendar here. So the legumes that we're going to feature today, we're going to start out with glycine to the max, followed by azuki, anpanman. Alfalfa joins us at noon Eastern, and chickpea power at 12:30 Eastern. Lentils, and apparently Spidey senses lentils from a message I got earlier today, and that's at 1300. And then as Ted mentioned, we'll wrap up with Liz Warren from the ISS National Lab. So there's a lot going on today. Each of the presentations will be roughly a half an hour. While those are going and Ted's getting his coffee, everybody please remember to mute your mic. You can raise your hand if you got a question. And we'll field those, or and then you can ask your question. I'm in the process of sterilizing some of my legumes. Trifolium. Take it away, Diana. I'll just mute myself, okay?
Okay.
Awesome.
You look like the mad scientist there with those gloves and the swirling going on. So thank you, folks, for having us come on in and talk about this. And as Steve says, the challenge is on. That was really good, Steve, by the way. And I just want to welcome Aileen. Aileen, open your mic for a second there, honey. Aileen is my animator who works with me in
Awesome.
my Science Yourself program. We work with a number of students in the homeschooling program, as well as after school programs for coding and robotics. So Aileen is also my graphic designer. So with much great ado, we go on
Throwing
to
it down. Oh my goodness.
what's
Everyone.
Let me bring in my geneticist. Hold on a second.
that? So
Uh-oh, it's
Aileen-
looking like it's a legume throwdown.
give a big wave, Aileen. Give a big wave.
Eileen,
right. Okay.
thanks for joining
So
us.
here's how we're going to be presenting today. We do have a slideshow for you because it is kind of difficult for you to follow the format that I would use with the children. But here's what we're doing. The thing that's been created is a book. And this is for the students as well as for today. Glycine Max is featured in here and talks all about himself inside of it, or itself, we have decided, rather than him or her.
Oh.
So having a superhero, yes, glycine to the max. And thank you, Aileen, for that. Now, glycine to the max is also attached to a stick. What kind of stick is this? Well, it's actually a chopstick. Why? Because there's a whole lot of history from China about glycine max and how it was founded. So when we're working with the children, this is one of the approaches that we're going to be using, and glycine's going to go up into space, we hope someday. So we're going to begin by opening up the slide there, and I will tell you the story. Aileen's going to pop in there as well once in a while, I hope, with that français encore. Okay. As you know, we're bilingual here. All right, so here we go. So Exolab Leguminaut Challenge, here we go. Let's see, Glycine Max, come on in. Give it a press, Aileen.
Yeah, okay.
And there it is. Go ahead, dear. So, hello, bonjour. I am Glycine Max. Pleased to meet you, n'est-ce pas? I look forward to meeting my new human friends at Science Yourself, No G's About It Space School, my new friends at Magnitude.io, and on the ISS. I am rooting for a really good time in this program and cannot wait to learn more about how I can be part of the Leguminaut Challenge. I only need 4 to 7 days in soil to germinate. I grow best in temperatures that are 55 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit for my American friends. I may be small, but I am up for it. Allons-y. Moi, the little bean, I am 16% oil and, let me put this down here, 38% protein. Extraordinaire. Continue, Aileen. Here I am on my first trip to the ISS. Not bad, eh? Continue. Leguminaut Challenge, Magnitude, Exolab. Now that you have met moi, Glycine Max, the super bean, how about being part of something really out of this world? If you are a teacher, you can join me and others from around the world as we begin the process of selecting the next research plant to head up to space in August 2020 aboard Exolab 8. That's 8 pour nous. Students can do this at home and there is no cost for this design challenge. See the website for more. Let's get on board, Canada, or ask us for any of our Leguminaut mission specialist students for more information. Watch me grow up, up, up. How I mature? If rhizobia are present, root nodulation begins by the time the third node appears. Nodulation typically continues for 8 weeks before the symbiotic infection process stabilizes. Like many legumes, soybeans, can fix atmospheric nitrogen due to the presence of symbiotic bacteria from the rhizobia group. Check out my superpowers, huh? Look at the list. Here's a few. Food for humans, feed for animals, soy ink, soy crayons, soy lubricants. Did you know about particle board, laminated plywood, and finger joint lumber are made with soy-based wood adhesives? Man, I work hard. Continue. Did you know that I'm a leading source of protein in the human diet? Grow our own produce, for example, in space is one way to reduce the amount of weight and supplies that we would need to carry with us. We could get an added bonus from the process of photosynthesis, in which the carbon dioxide we exhale is absorbed by the plant, allowing for its subsequent production. So bring on the sunny soybean. Hey, that's moi. I am robust stuff. There is no one scientifically defined type of soil soybean prefer. So does that mean I can grow in anything? Some plant biologists, botanists say that well-drained, loamy soil is ideal. When soil particles, sand, silt, and clay are roughly evenly dispersed in soil, it is a loamy soil. Loamy soil drains well because sand content retains appropriate amounts of water, because silt and clay particles exhibit water retention properties. Fertile soil contains organic matter that slowly releases nutrients within the soil as microorganisms break this organic matter down over time. I need healthy, fertile, workable soil to grow in. Perhaps I am ideal for the moon or Mars. May we. So meet my founder. Hello, Papa. The word soy originated as a corruption of the Chinese or Japanese name for soy sauce. Soybeans originate from China in 2853 BC. Emperor Shennong of China named 5 sacred plants: soybeans, rice, wheat, barley, and millet. Soybean plants were domesticated between the 17th and 11th century BC in the eastern half of China, where they were cultivated into a food crop. So when naming the genus, Linnaeus observed that one of the species within the genus had a sweet root. So I call him Papa. From about the 1st century AC to the discovery, in the 15th to the 16th century, soybeans were introduced into several countries such as Japan, Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Burma, Nepal, and India. The spread of the soybean was due to the establishment of the sea and land trade routes. The earliest Japanese reference of the soybean is in the classic Kochiki records of ancient matters, which was completed in 712 AC. The first soybeans arrived in America in the early 1800s as a ballast aboard a ship. It wasn't until 1879 that a few brave farmers began to plant soybeans as a forage for their livestock. The plant flourished in hot, humid summer, weather characteristics of northern Eastern Carolina. So I have come a long way to get here, and I am up for the tax. Glycine max. So why am I a max among potential candidate? NASA's highly capable teams have been working hard for quite some time to incorporate soybeans, comme moi, into astronauts' diets. I am an excellent protein source. Soybeans like me are already being used in foods consumed on the ISS. I also don't take up much room on the ISS, but the challenge will be for our team to find out new ways that I can be used to create good food for the future of exploration. If we can already make soybeans taste like chicken, beef, or pork so that we can eat it in places where we have no chickens, cows, or pigs, then what else can we make with moi? Soy poutine? I'm so hungry now I could eat myself. Another reason why I am the coolest bean to be in space, research has also shown that soybeans like moi aid the production of calcium within the body, a key for ingredients for astronauts who lose bone mass on orbit due to the absence of gravity. For a 6 to 9 month trip to Mars, that's a long time to be weightless. So chalk up another advantage for soybeans, small but mighty. Continue. Research, read, and learn. There are so many questions that we will need to turn to research papers to learn more about me and my superpowers. However, just like my friend Cool Bean, you can read books about me and sprout your knowledge. You might even find out that I went to the ISS many times, including with my friendly NASA astronauts, Peggy Whiston and Clay Anderson in September 2007. Check out her journal. So multiply and prosper. I may be fierce, but I'm lovable too. I flower during the day and during the night. My purple color is soothing and calming. If we grow more of my glycine max friends, I won't be so lonely. Then we can study the change and learn more about the positive traits that we want that can be inherited genetically by the future generations of plant for the benefit of farmers and consumers. So imagine snacking on soybeans and coloring with soybean crayons on an astronaut drawing at the same time. Incroyable. From chili to milk products, including raspberry, blueberry, yogurt, and malted milk balls, space food with a soybean complement is here to stay. The experts say that they even have a process to create texture in soybean food products, enabling them to develop things like soybean chips. Soy, potato chips, you say? Toss me a bag, will you? But I'm really curious if you can help me come up with more cool ideas to make out of soybeans. Magnificent, n'est-ce pas? So as you can see, my friends, we have places to go and beans to grow. To all my little friends, design, draw, and create what space farming of me, Glycine Max, will look like on the moon or Mars. And since we're all working together as a team, design, draw, and create a mission patch for us. Time to get on board. Glycine Max, to bean or not to bean? We will get there, may we? If we are ready to go, then we are ready to grow. Vers la lune et plus loin, to the moon and beyond. Let's have a bean-tastic time. Bonne chance all, good luck. Take a look at the resources when you have time. But in the meantime, bring it down. We want to say thank you. See you up there.
Oh God, that's
Oh,
fantastic.
she throws it down.
I'm going for lunch now, Bob.
Magnifique. Oh, that's fantastic. Eileen, that's wonderful. You guys are a great team. Talk
that's
about
fabulous.
a challenge. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm just going to walk away now. I'll come back at 11.
You better get going on that azuki beard there, Ted.
I know, right? When I did, this challenge goes on for a while. This is just round one, right?
True.
So just to finish that off, the last thing that's going to be done with this, which we didn't have enough time to pull together, is I'm going to be challenging the students to create a small video about glycine and put all the information in it with their faces and their information. So this is really just a means to introduce it, but also I loved when you guys said, hey, have some fun with it. So I got to put back on the elementary teacher cap again. And I just want to say to the people that are listening out there that this platform and sharing of information that has been going on for the past week or so has actually helped put information into our presentation today, because we are learning from experts, and it makes me question, as well as my students bring questions that help foster and put in the information that we needed for the criteria that was being asked for. So fantastic. Kudos to everybody. Eileen, thank you again for the graphic of Glycine Max. He's awesome. It's awesome. And thank you all for listening.
That is fantastic. Wow. Talk about the challenge. So your slides, I guess we'll put up on our site so people can review and use that as material when they begin thinking about it. So quick review here. We have a number of candidate legumes. We need to down select for that flight candidate to send to the International Space Station in October. So I think it was originally August, and your slides say August. So we want to update that to October.
So thank you. We'll make that correction.
We have a little bit of extra time. Our competition, our contest, our fun engagement here, it was designed to go through Earth Day. I need to talk with Tony and my team here at Magnitude, but we probably are going to extend that, especially understanding now that many schools are going to be essentially homeschools for a little bit longer. So hopefully we're providing a little entertainment, a little creativity, a little thought-provoking ideas, but we do need your help. We will be selecting a candidate to send up to the space station. And if we do everything right, fantastic. If we do some things right, that's good. Even if we make a lot of mistakes, I think that's going to be okay. Each mission that we fly, we're going to learn a little bit more. And
Actually,
as we've heard,
Ted, I
yep.
dare us all to make at least 7 mistakes.
Well, I'll be the first one.
I'm in.
That means we're gonna learn at least 7 new things.
Yeah. So there you go. Wow. So no judging here, but that was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that was
tough.
great.
She's throwing it down. Diana and Eileen, wow, how fantastic is that? All right, who's ready to step in the hot seat next?
Also, you
Azuki!
can find in the slides, Tony, you've got them, so I'll leave that to you to do the posting and whatever you need to do with that, okay? But there are more links in our actual file folders, folks. So if there's any, and some of them are generic links, so please go into our file folders that Michael set up for us, the PI groups, and just check stuff there. You'll find some charts and things. I will continually add to that as the weeks go by.
That's so amazing, Diana. So generous, and I love your learning spirit. It's such a model for all of us out there. Clearly, the joy of it all is so evident, and that's really important to translate to our students. Always, but especially in these challenging times. So, C and I will convert Diana's materials into lessons that'll be available on our platform. Maybe we should just take a quick moment to talk about that. I don't know if Tony, you could quickly throw the platform up. If you go to Magnitude.io, you'll see the launch to the Leguminaut challenge page. And as Glycine Max told us, this is gratis. We don't have to pay for this. We're really sharing this with you because we want you to share with us and have your students come on board. So you can sign up for free. You'll have access to our lesson platform. You'll be able to share your work. You'll have links to these broadcasts. And if you could just scroll down a wee bit more, we can see the quick little profiles of our legume stars for this trip. The broadcast schedule is also there, so you can kind of plan ahead what you want to be, when you want to be on. But we've got alfalfa, cowpeas, clover. I'm going to be doing red clover. If somebody wants to take on white clover, that's still available. Soybean, azuki, which we're going to hear about a little bit more from today. Chickpea and lentil also featured today. And I think mung bean also. And then garden peas, pisum sativum. And then possibly we're going to do a couple of cultivars with that because one of our PIs has a particular fondness for one of the cultivars. So we may spin that one in as well as an optional choice. But as I mentioned earlier, we've really got to try to figure out what are the criteria we should use for down selecting. And that's what the challenge is what are the criteria? Why should we choose these different, which of these different legumes? And that make it a good match for our to be a leguminaut.
Thank you, Michael. And one thing to point out as well is we do have a criteria in terms of what we're sending this in. And so if you have an idea of a plant or want to get behind a plant and it's difficult to fit within that criteria, this vessel, this exolab, then it may be difficult for us to do that. And so it might be good to describe a little bit about the exolab itself and what it's going to look like in your classroom or what it does when it's in our classrooms around the world currently. And if we need to make any modifications, we can probably make some minor modifications, but major changes won't happen. We typically expect more than 6 months to make a change and more often a year or longer. Again, we're needing to get this to be flight certified by NASA. We have to worry about toxicology. We have to worry about things like when we build our devices, noise, if you can imagine. And something I never even thought about, what does it sound like on the space station? Well, it doesn't sound like walking out your back porch and listening to the birds in the trees. It's humming and buzzing and whirring of all those devices going. And if our noise level's too high, like fans to move the air around, then they basically say that's too loud. You got to use smaller fans. And that can be difficult for us. So we have an engineering challenge on the back end of this. Today, we're going to be just talking about the plants and their potential candidacy. And I think we're going to have some more legumes we're going to pick up in a different session. But also what we need to consider is some of those engineering challenges, which we're probably going to have a separate, in fact, I know we're going to have a separate session or two about that as well.
But here's our form factor. So these are standard 25 by 130 test tubes. And we're growing them in a tissue culture media called Murashige and Skooge. And so I've got some legume seedlings in there. They've germinated. They're starting to grow. And this one's a survey. So I've got a couple of different kinds in here, including azuki and cowpea and let's see, can't read, mung bean. So those are all three Vigna species or genus, and they're similar to the first one we flew, but we'll see how they do in this, and we'll be able to compare them. The lab itself has about the volume of a 2-liter soda bottle. So it's 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 20 centimeters. And for those of you in the classrooms, you might think about the Dean's blocks. Well, that's the size of the thousands block. And so 2 of those thousands blocks is the volume that our lab has to fit into. So I think that's probably enough of the details for right now. Is our next legume up for the challenge?
I'll do my best. Seriously, I don't know how to follow that up, but I will. I'm just gonna go with it.
There you go. Hey, Gil, if you can, also, you are dialing in at like 12:30 in the morning. So tell us a little bit where you are and where you're coming from, and then let's jump into. I think this is perfect. What we were talking about last night about azuki. So, but give us a little heads up of what you're up to.
Great. So hi everyone. My name is Gil. I habitate. I've been thriving in Osaka, Japan for about 9 years now. I do various different things, and among them, I'm an astrobotany research and education program coordinator in Osaka, Japan. I'm also collaborating with Dr. Richard Barker of Gilroy Lab to establish an international astrobiology research initiative. And just recently, I joined the Magnitude family here, like about a week now. So sorry I don't have a PowerPoint. I'll do my best.
You are the PowerPoint.
But yeah, I've been the program.
Yeah, we spared no expense and went straight to the source for this species of Vigna.
Yeah. So what I've been focusing on for the last few years is the study of plants and their development in microgravity, and I pretty much have had no experimental experience thus far with beans in our lab. And joining this conversation has given us the opportunity to start adding all this into the current experimentation cycle that we already have, and to contribute to something really cool that I hope we can get up in the ISS. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Well, let's dig in. Azuki.
Right on. So I'm gonna, before I give you all the stats, I want to give you guys a story of where I'm at and why these beans matter here. Okay. So I'm Puerto Rican. And as a Puerto Rican does, I grew up on rice and beans. That's like every day of the week, there's a different form of rice and beans. Okay. And it was a part of my life, still is. Excuse me. Anyway, so I moved to Japan, and there was I think it might have been New Year's or some sort of like celebration or something. And I get this bowl of these beans, and they just gave it to me, put it in front of me, and I'm expecting, I know what I'm expecting. I'm expecting beans. So I get some rice, and then I grab the beans and I put them in my mouth, and they were sweet. And it freaked me out because as a Puerto Rican, I'm used to eating very savory foods, and it wasn't bad. It just, like I told Ted last night, it's like if you had a Coke can and you go to drink it, and instead of Coke, you get orange juice. It isn't bad. It just freaks you out, right? So I was like, what is this? And they're like, oh, this is azuki bean. I'm like, oh, why is it sweet? It's like, oh, because that's how we cooked it. I'm like, but why? And then I learned the story of why these beans matter. So in Japan, you have these beans specifically during celebration times. You have these beans when there's a time where it marks, it's like a mile marker of development, of growth, and of exploration. It happens on birthdays. It happens on celebrations for weddings, New Year's. It happens on certain life events for kids. So I think there's a siren behind me. Like a cop just grabbed someone. Anyway, so basically it's a meal that truly symbolizes in the culture. It symbolizes something worth celebrating. It's a food that symbolizes hope for something new and hope for new beginnings. So it's a really special food here in Japan. So special that they've turned it into almost anything you can dream of. Okay, so you could have it just as it is. And as a Puerto Rican, I'm going to cook it savory because that's what I like, but whatever. But here in Japan, there's a really delicious dessert called ampan, which is bread. And on the inside, it's got this paste made of this bean, which is called anko. They've also taken this anko and put it in ice cream. They've had anko azuki bean ice cream. They have special meals with a bit of anko, a bit of the azuki bean, and an egg on rice. Basically, that particular ampan has taken on a life as its own, as a superhero here in Japan. So there is, I don't have too much with me, but this is children's medicine right here. And this is a toy of a ampan bun. And this is like a knockoff Lego of one of my daughters with that face. Now, this dude right here is called Ampanman. All right. So this is a superhero in Japan that literally is made of bread stuffed with azuki beans. And what he does is when he realizes that someone's hurt, that someone needs encouragement, that someone doesn't have enough energy to go on, he gives up a part of himself sacrificially so they can move forward. So it's not a lot of science. It's just super cute and kind of weird. But Ampanman is like the Mickey Mouse of Japan. And when I talk to my colleagues here about the possibility of sending azuki up to the space station, they just start lighting up. Because actually, up until this morning, I hadn't found any studies of azuki beans up in the ISS, and there haven't been. But there was one study that I found that was in Mir in 1998, a very brief study. And what they found was that the azuki beans grew better in low Earth gravity than they did on the ground. So, but I had to dig and dig and dig and dig, and finally I found something. So when I talked to my colleagues and I said, hey, there could be a way that we could send some of these beans up to the ISS, they all started lighting up. They had this sense of pride of, wow, a part of our culture, a part of our history, a part of our way of celebrating could be shared with the rest of the world. And not only that, 2020 for a lot of people has been a pretty testing year thus far. And we're not in April yet. I think we need some celebration. So if we have azuki up there, I would love to have this experiment cycle with our students around the world and with everyone involved to be a beacon of celebrating better things to come. So with that said, now we can actually talk about the science part of it and why it's really important that one, we grow plants in space, and that we should be growing this one. Okay. So first of all, this particular bean is extremely resilient. It's resistant to frost, resistant to heat, and drought, which is great. It's very, very hardy. And in Japan, you have almost every single biome just kind of represented, and it grows everywhere in Japan. It grows up north in Hokkaido, where there's like Siberian-like cycles, all the way down to Okinawa, where it's like Hawaii, and it's super legit. I love going there. The food's fantastic. Anyway, and here as well in the Kansai region, it survives all the different seasons that we have in Japan, and it produces great yields. So as we know, most beans are valued worldwide as sustainable and inexpensive meat alternatives, and considered the second most important food source after cereals. Azuki is not only, like most legumes, a good meat alternative, but because of the high iron content within these little plants, they're considered anti-anemic. They're people who actually have anemia are encouraged to eat azuki here in Japan, because it's good for you and kind of helps with that condition. So if you're having cardiovascular health issues, this helps with it. And there's also been studies in Japan with the elderly. Japan is in Japan, they sell more adult diapers than they do baby diapers. There's a lot of elderly people here, and they've done studies that diets for the elderly, where they have a high amounts of azuki embedded within them, I have actually produced less fractures, bone fractures, hip fractures in the elderly community, which is pretty cool. And that's something that we're looking at in space, right? We're looking at bone density loss, we're looking at cardiovascular health. So those two major points are great. Now, also, azuki is predicted to have, not predicted, it's been shown to have, sorry, I'm trying to get the number correct on my notes here, 29 different types of antioxidants, okay, making it one of the most antioxidant rich foods available. All right, antioxidants are good for inflammation, for all the other things I mentioned with cardiovascular health, as well as certain types of cancer. And we don't know what the human biology is going to do once it's exposed to a Martian environment long term. We don't know what's going to happen with the amount of radiation and the free radicals in our bodies, how those rates are going to change. So anything that can help with that is worth investigating now, so that we have a robust data set to move forward with experimentation and with modification of our crops. Because whatever we take over there isn't going to be the same that we have here. It's obviously going to have to be modified and altered and produced specifically for this new environment. Sorry if I'm speaking kind of fast. I'm just trying to cover all the bases here. Man, I wish I had a storybook, but I don't. Anyway.
You're doing great, man. This is awesome.
Azuki beans are also high in folate. Folate turns into folic acid, which is used to support digestion, brain and nerve function, liver, heart, and other internal organ health. And super important, used for DNA creation and repair. It helps with proper blood cell function, and also hair, nails, and skin. So it's all good for that. So how can it be eaten and when? It ranks second only to soybeans, and second to soybeans, my bad, but still second to soybeans in Japan. So it ranks number two to soybeans in Japan as the most eaten bean, right? It's used as a filling in pastries, like I said before. It can also be cooked and used as additions to rice and sweet soups, and used as a flour source, or eaten as candied, right, with sugar. You can puree them and use them as ingredients for baked goods, and you can mix them to make a mixture of azuki, bean flour, and wheat flour is used to make noodles. Young tender pods can be eaten like snow peas, or cooked like green beans. The beans also may be popped like popcorn. use as a beverage base or use as a coffee substitute. The sprouts of germinated seeds.
I'm sorry, there is no substitute for coffee.
I agree with you, but you know, people believe crazy things. So yeah, the sprouts germinate. The sprouts of germinated seeds often are eaten in the U.S. and azuki bean also have reported uses as soil improvement crop and animal as a soil improvement crop and animal foraging crop. So the reason I want to talk about the sprouts a little bit, it's another focus for not just legumes, but just food in general moving forward into space. They have to be nutrient dense, right? And these sprouts are very nutrient dense. They're just like the mature plant. They have a lot of iron. They have all those carbohydrates. They have a lot of protein, and they have a relatively shorter life cycle than the full plant. So to germinate, it takes about 10 days, which is it's a bit slower than the other beans, and it takes about 90 days to have a full mature plant, which takes a bit longer. However, if you are not waiting all the way down to the mature plant, you can have a fortified, nutrient-dense sprout and still get a lot of the benefits you get from the mature plant, which is really good. Let's see, what else do I have here for you guys? So research, moving forward, we need to figure out how to make bioregenerative living spaces. We need that. And azuki has been shown to be able to support bioregenerative ecosystems here on Earth. So whatever we produce and we prepare to send to space needs to be able to help with self-sustaining living systems. So the moral of the story of this whole thing is, why grow plants in space? Why should we do this? Like, what's different? What's the difference between actual agriculture and some little science project that a bunch of weird people are trying to send up to space? Why should we invest all this time and money into sending beans of all things up there? We got to the moon because we learned how to farm. Humanity would not have developed if it wasn't for agriculture. And it's brought us this far, right? Now humanity is reaching out to other worlds. And what we develop for those worlds will change the way that we grow and develop as humanity here on Earth. If a system and if a plant can grow with high yields, high fidelity, sustainably, and in crazy conditions, like the ones that we found on the moon and on Mars and on low Earth orbit, I'm sure that it could work in sub-Saharan Africa, or it can work in inner cities. And it can meet some of the challenges that we're facing today with food shortages, with nutrient deficient foods. So this bean isn't just one bean that's super popular in Japan that's been turned into a toy. No, it actually represents a lot for the people here. And it has produced a lot of good things in terms of human nutrition here in Japan. So if we can take a bit of that knowledge that has been produced here in Japan and move it further and adapt it to what we can do in the red planet, we can then take that and hopefully change the way that we grow plants here on Earth. So that's all I have for you guys.
That's a lot. That's awesome. Red planet, red bean, right?
There we go.
So,
Hey, so I think.
Sorry, I just want to jump in and talk about serendipities. I was just looking at the flight planning, and guess who is scheduled to be on board? During our flight. Sorry, I just lost track of where things were. I'm like,
oh,
no kidding.
Wow. All right. There's a +1, +5, +10.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
looks like you got some fresh tomatoes.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have some
Juggling in
azuki beans
space.
there.
Guys,
So this will be his, I was just looking at like his 6th space flight or something, 3rd expedition to the space station.
And the astronaut's name is?
Can you help us, Gil?
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Oh, there you
Okay,
go.
I got to pull it up.
Right.
It's in the.
I was going to put you on the spot there, but what Gil and I are going to do
I had it
is
and then I just lost it. Ah!
I just made a decision here that the Olympics is going to need a mascot for 2021.
Mhm.
And Anpan would be perfect, right? Here, let me get a little bit of myself to you.
Guys,
So
we're just
Soichi
getting out.
Noguchi.
Peep, what's his name?
Soichi Noguchi. His
Soichi.
you should be seeing his mission patch there.
Mhm.
Nice.
Fantastic. Well, there we go. That's serendipitous indeed.
Imagine the face of all the kids in the programs over here. If
Oh my
all of a sudden
gosh.
they see these beans up there and they're like, oh wait, that's the stuff in Ampaman. Like, it's amazing. It's amazing.
So,
let's go find some foods.
Gil, we're going to need to reach out to JAXA.
Yeah.
And just let's do it. Our channels, your channels, we'll figure out a way. I'll talk to the U.S. National Lab. We'll just say, well, let's have some fun. And speaking of international, Josten Leader has joined us. I saw him pop on from Germany. Yeah, let's get the world online. Great to see you, Josten. So we haven't given you a bean or a legume yet. So listen to the challenge and step on up. I think there's still some slots available. As you know, we've got to find a candidate to get to the space station. We're kind of going through it right now. We heard about soybean from Canada. They're really kind of pushing the glycine max and what we can do with them, with it. We're just heard about azuki in Japan. Most of us here are here in the United States, but I think Germany's going to need to step up.
We still got 4 countries represented in this little broadcast, Ted.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, our friends in Africa. What time is it for you now right now, Josten? Hold on, you're on mute. One sec.
I think 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay, in the afternoon. Good deal. And how are things going over there in Germany?
Now, together with my son, because my wife has to stay in the school and keep some children whose parents are working in hospitals.
Oh,
So we are in total COVID-19 at the moment. We have many people who are sick, and so I stay at home. I've never been to work for 3 weeks now, but things have arrived and we put it in the fridge, and we have to wait until the epidemic is going a little bit down, so we can start. We hope we can start in 4 or 5 weeks.
There you go. Well,
make that
definitely
5 countries.
You.
Hola, Javier.
Yes, and
so I stay at home. I've never been to work for 3 weeks now. But you see this? Now I'm working on something called my own exolab.
Oh wow! Okay,
yeah, so
that's the hardware side of it.
Yeah, I start the Python program, and you see this.
Mittelhessen.
here's the camera module, and here are the sensors. And I'm working on it.
Oh, fantastic!
For fun, a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. That's great, man. So let's set up a session next week when we talk a little bit about hardware. Yesterday we had Space Tango join us, and Tango Lab, you know, those folks really help us get to the space station. You know, this is intermodal transportation for space, a 10-centimeter cube. That's what ExoLab is. It's 2 of these. That's what we're sending up in October. And so we're talking about the plants and what the right legume would be as a candidate to fly in October. But we also want to talk about the hardware, because I think we have many students and teachers and folks that are just excited about building devices that might work off-world in low Earth orbit or what have you. So there are some constraints and criteria, but let's have some fun. So this is great. We're getting close to the top of the hour, and I don't want to take us away from our agenda, Michael. So I do want to give a shout out also to Javier from Mexico. Javier, awesome. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Javier.
Hey, I was following since the beginning, but I was in YouTube.
Okay. Well, that's well. You got the back channel here. You got the VIP. So come on in.
I was invited to the party.
Yeah, you are.
You are the party. So there you go. Now, have you actually selected a legume as part of the challenge yet? So that's the throwdown. If you're in this room, you're gonna have to walk away with a legume.
We have in Mexico a pretty interesting crop. It's called I don't have the name on top of my head. Probably I'll figure it out whenever I talk to it. So long time ago, during the Aztec times, you know that we have slaves and you know that kind of stuff. So you know, the emperor used to build these crazy pyramids. So the people that were building the pyramids were being fed with this. It's called amaranto. I don't know the name of it in English, but we have candies made out of it. It's like a very, very small seed.
Yeah, amaranth was one of our microgreens a couple of flights ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we have that in Mexico, and our culture was made, you know, it has a lot of properties, a lot of energetic content on it. So it was fed for our people that build the pyramids in Mexico. So probably that's something interesting to explore.
Okay. We're going to get you to step up on that one then.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I actually found a New Yorker article from April 2018, The Hunt for Mexico's Heirloom Beans. Rare varieties discovered by Rancho Gordo's Steve Sando have turned the humble legume into a gourmet food.
Oh, wow.
And there's an audio clip too. So we'll post the link to that.
Yeah.
I have a question for Gil, guys. Ted, I have a question for Gil before we close up on Gil.
Oh, absolutely.
And this is a really important question, Gil. First of all, way to go. Love this. Love the idea of this bean as well. Because of the nature and the flexibility of this bean and the elderly, you brought up the elderly. One of the things that we search for in this planet, like us old people anyway, is to figure out how we can sustain our youth. Is there anything in that bean? You said hair, nails, skin, but is there anything that's been explored in terms of, you know, the fact that skin products might be affected with this bean? So is that something that maybe could be part of the exploration, or did you hit on anything like that when you were researching your bean?
Not directly during this time, but it has come up in other conversations. If you go to Okinawa in Japan, that is a region of Japan that's got the longest living people. I mean, there's a ton of people there 90 and above, and they're not in retirement homes. They're going on walks. Last time I was in Okinawa, I saw a guy who's 95 surfing, and you ask them, like, what do you do? They stay active, and it's their diet. And their diet does consist of a lot of foods that are high in antioxidants, like the ones that we find in azuki. And there's a common way to eat azuki, especially for these celebratory ways or whatever. It's with a rice. So it's a specific rice with azuki. Actually, I think I have a photo of it. And that combination is a perfectly balanced protein ratio. That's super, super beneficial for health. So not in this particular, I just jumped in on this. So if I had a little bit more time, I'm sure I could find it. But I know that azuki beans, along with miso and soy and some of the other things that are just integrated in the Japanese diet, have resulted and do result in better looking skin and longevity. It's truly remarkable. There's every time I go back home to visit family, I kind of get culture shock, because the rate of activity depending on the demographics and the way that people actually age, it's actually different. It is very different when you come back from living abroad, especially from here. So it's very interesting. And I'm sure that's a point to be looked at. How can that be applied, not just for what's happening, nutritionally, but what's happening for like our skin, what's happening for our long-term health. So yeah.
Yeah, the reason why I asked is because if we're going to the moon, we're going to go to Mars and stuff like that. And we know Mars is a one-way trip. So the longevity is going to really play a key role in there for the people, the astronauts, whoever goes there in terms of colonizing and living there for a long, long time. So your being has really brought up a lot of curiosity for me, and I'm going to do a little bit of looking at that. The other thing too that I'm realizing, folks, is that, and I'm just going to tell you this quickly, is what's coming out of this is even more, like I want my students now to go look at everybody's beans, look at everybody's history, look at all of
What a competitor. Oh my goodness.
because I just feel like it's so important to get this information and know not just one bean, but everybody's beans. I think it's cool. It's going to open up a really big door.
Yeah,
this is the Legume Olympics, is what it is.
Before I sign off of it, sorry I don't have slides. It's just I had this saved from my wife because I was asking her. I was like, "Hey, sweetheart, you grew up with these beans. Tell me why? Like, what's the big deal?" And she just started sending me photos. I was somewhere else today. This is that meal that I was mentioning.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah, pack that up and send it over.
This is amphan.
You can send some of that too.
And this is that ice cream I mentioned.
Oh, cool.
And I've never had it, but my wife swears by it.
Uber Eats.
You're gonna go get some now, right? And I just want to tie in one thing. At 11 o'clock today, we're going through our different legume candidates here. I think we've got some more coming up next week. But at 11 o'clock, we're joined by Dr. Liz Warren from U.S. National Laboratory, the other Liz Warren. And she's been studying bone density on the astronaut study. And so this is a great tie-in for that. So we might have some.
I love how this is all threading together.
Yep. Awesome. All right, Michael, let's get us back on track here.
Apropos of our legumes, a nice symbiosis. So we've got, thank you, Gil. Thank you, Diana. If you're joining us now, you've got to go back and look at the recordings of these. We got a couple of really excellent candidates for our Leguminaut challenge. And our third feature today is coming to us live from Rhode Island. Renee Gamba is going to tell us about alfalfa. Take it away, Renee.
So what's interesting enough is talking about bone health. That's one of the things that's great about my legume. And we're not talking about this alfalfa, as I'm wondering, not from Little Rascals. And interestingly enough, I was speaking so I'm part of Rogerlands Park, and the Botanical Center manager, I called just to get some more information about germination, the planting, finding it's very hardy, it can mature quickly, that it's food. It's popular. I went and picked some up last night, yum. So, thinking of the sprouts, but she actually did a graduate study on this with alfalfa with Mars. So it was kind of interesting. She didn't save her research. And I've learned that it's actually gotten a lot of attention because of being high in essential vitamins, thinking of A, D, E, and K, the B vitamins, biotin, calcium, folic acid, iron, magnesium, potassium. We can probably sing a song, make one up. I'll come up with one next time. And essentially, of course, being high in protein. So I am just going to show you this. It's the king of all foods. I got this off the internet. I didn't make it up. So this is actually going to be in my folder so we can learn more about alfalfa. And interestingly enough, you all know from the Museum of Natural History, this has a rich history. George Washington planted alfalfa, and we actually have a sample alfalfa from Pawtucket, Rhode Island from 1887. So there is the alfalfa. So pressed plant with our herbarium. So again, we actually have about 50 samples of this, and there's different varieties, of course, of thinking of alfalfa. But we're thinking of the Latin name. This is where I need some pronunciation. So, of course, thinking of the bone loss, that's why there was actually, it's supposed to be launched, I read, with another agency, just kind of testing happening this summer, that it will be launched, just people interested in it. There was another group that did a competition, but there wasn't much about what they found, how it can help for astronauts. So this is why alfalfa needs to be in there. Again, we have that nutritional value to help slow down bone loss, perfect for our topic today. And then of course, one of the things is it does grow quickly, and it's turned into food in 3 days. So it can be a source of food in 3 days. Did you hear that, folks? 3 days. So, and another thing we have to think about cargo. 1 pound of seeds actually turns into 10 pounds of food. So again, when we think about the cargo and the weight, that's another interesting thing. We have to think about those things is, you know, when we think about the long journeys, we think about, yes, Mars, that's where we want to go. That we have to think about the cargo and the weight. So those are some key features with alfalfa and why I think it would be great. We have people who are studying it, people that are curious. It has all the things that it needs. And of course, long journeys, bone health is super important. And I'm at the museum today, so that's why I have to wear my gloves. And I'm going to share my screen because I actually have this great video that I think kind of sums things up. Before I do that, any other questions? Ideas? Go alfalfa. That's it.
Order right. A custom hat. That's what I want.
It was peace, love, and frogs, but I changed it to peace, love, and alfalfa.
I dig it. Rock on.
All right, so just share my screen here. And this is a fun video, which I think it ties in perfectly and sums up everything that I said. It's from a group. Again, it's considered a superfood. We're familiar with those terms and all of those things. So.
Dear Darla, I hate your stinking guts. You make me vomit. You're scum between my toes. Love, Alfalfa. Come on, everyone knows that epic love letter and the little rascal who wrote it. However, he's not what this video is about. Nope. Nope, we're talking about alfalfa, the plant, not alfalfa, the person. The alfalfa plant is a part of the legume family, but it's also considered an herb. It grows throughout the world, but originally came from South and Central Asia. People make use of its sprout, leaves, and seeds. It was primarily used as feed for livestock, but has also been used medicinally. It's known for its high content of vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients. To start, alfalfa possesses the essential vitamins A, C, D, E, K, as well as the complete vitamin B spectrum. It also consists of copper, folate, manganese, thiamine, iron, magnesium, riboflavin, niacin, biotin, folic acid, potassium, phosphorus, and chlorophyll. And compared to other plants, the alfalfa leaf is very high in amino acids, as well as protein. No wonder it's called the king of all foods. With all those healthy properties, the alfalfa definitely boasts a ton of benefits that date back to around 1300 BC. Traditional Chinese medicine has used the alfalfa leaf to relieve ulcers and to stimulate appetites. Indian Ayurvedic medicine has used it to relieve arthritis, water retention, and ulcers. Colonial Americans used it to fight menstrual problems, urinary problems, and scurvy. At the present time, the alfalfa plant continues to be beneficial. Here's a list of the most common benefits we can enjoy from alfalfa. Detoxes the urinary tract, eases general digestive problems, purifies the liver, promotes regular bowel movement, helps in healthy hydration, has a strong alkaline effect on the body, promotes proper digestion, lowers bad cholesterol levels, supports the pituitary gland, cleanses the blood, reduces the incidence of atherosclerotic plaque, regulates blood sugar levels, treats dyspepsia, fights against asthma, increases breast milk production, acts as a diuretic, treats arthritis, helps get rid of kidney stones, may treat diabetes, improves metabolic health, relieves menopausal symptoms, functions as an antioxidant, improves complexion, treats hair loss and balding, improves the immune system functionality, With all that said, the alfalfa plant most definitely packs a mean punch. Incorporating it into your daily diet will undoubtedly help you to a healthier lifestyle. Alfalfa can be taken in many forms. Some examples are as tea in powder form or mixed directly into your food. The earlier you introduce alfalfa into your life, the longer you'll enjoy its advantages.
So I think that we realize if everyone, we can pretend, here's some alfalfa for everyone today.
Thank you.
So, but besides giving you what you need, it also has the health benefits, thinking of long duration in space, thinking of all those pieces.
Strange times.
Oops.
The housing bubble burst, rise of China, and the rise of inequality.
Sorry about that. That was kept going. So hopefully that makes you see why I am all about Team Alfalfa. And to learn more, see how it grows. And if you haven't added into your diet, I could send you some, I will, but add some into your food or anything else today. I think that sums everything up.
Awesome. Thank you, Renee. This is great. This is fantastic.
That is so fabulous, Renee.
Mm-hmm.
I love the research connection that you've got there. That gives us a lot of interesting, more learning to do.
For sure.
And I try to look for, I've done a PowerPoint, but I love that had that alfalfa connection, because as you know, Ted, we joked about that at first, and just made it more fun. And it's just a quick way to kind of sum things up. And even with thinking about, I'm working with my homeschool families, how they could take the different pieces to see how and why they've come to those claims, why they're saying it has some of those health benefits. How do they, and that was valuable to me in looking for some of the research, because we know there's a lot of information, but how credible, or, does it help this much or does it help this much? So that's where I have some of my students kind of looking at alfalfa to get a true sense of its value. And with the growing piece, of course, there's some important pieces. I can handle, dry times. It's a hardy type plant. Again, thinking of the nodules and what it would need. The melody is the best rhizobium with that. So those pieces are also important to be considering. So it's kind of a balance of all the above, because that could be great if it's a superfood, but if it's not hardy, well, that's not going to be the best thing either. So that's where the next piece of this is going to be helpful in really being about Team Alfalfa. So.
Awesome. That's fantastic.
I'm loving it too.
So we're so lucky to have all you guys here getting excited about these legumes. So if you're just jumping in and joining us, these are recorded sessions. This is Magnitude Live number 5, where it looks like we're doing these at least once a week. And I think we've committed now. Our current mission has been bagged up. It's ready to come home from the International Space Station, ExoLab 7. And that's will splash down here off the coast of California around April 10th or so. And we're trying to determine what our next candidate will be. Third in a series of looking at a symbiotic relationship between rhizobia, nitrogen-fixing bacteria, and what we had flown was cowpea, Avigna, unga colada. Well, you guys are going to have to help on the Latin, but we are going to fly a new legume. Which is it going to be? And we heard from Dan with glycine max soybeans. We heard from Gil in Japan, from Canada there with soybeans, Gil in Japan with azuki, and just now from Rhode Island, we're kicking it off with what's going to go down with alfalfa. Now, what's amazing is maybe we need to fly all of them. It's like, can we convince someone that we can get a payload that size? We're going to need to do some ground tests, and we're going to need to back up our argument. And that's when the challenge really begins. So the first thing is rally around the team. You're only going to see the first section of some of these legumes that we decided are going to be good candidates. If you're watching this and you're saying, hey, you know what? How come you're not talking about peanut? Peanut's not a nut, it's actually a legume. Or why aren't you talking about my favorite legume? Maybe you can step up and actually join the challenge. So there's another category. We've got our selection, but if you want to build a solid argument and have some fun, come join us. Our public schools are now home schools. Charter schools are now home schools. Private schools are now home schools. And so if you're already homeschooling, like what they're doing there in Rhode Island at the museum, here's a chance to learn about how we can do it and still maybe even have more fun. right? It's not like we're going to have a quiz or a test, but I think we're all going to get a whole bunch of knowledge and excitement, and we're going to get to connect the planet. Mexico, Germany, Japan, Canada, here in the United States. We're going to see more countries. Our friends in Africa and Kenya and South Africa have not yet joined us yet on this call. Maybe they'll join us in the next week or maybe a little later today. A reminder at 11 o'clock, after our kind of introduction to a few of these legumes, we're going to be joined by Dr. Liz Warren from the U.S. National Laboratory. She's been studying human physiology in space, and she's got a lot to talk about there. And we also talked a little bit privately before we're going to have this session about what we're doing with the Legume Challenge. So I think she'll be able to weigh in a little bit with that as well. So Michael, over to you in terms of what we're up to next. I just want to make sure folks know what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you. So glycine to the max, Anpan Man, alfalfa power, and we're going to have in a few minutes here chickpea power, followed by lentils. So that's what's on deck for today. This is a super important project. We're engaging in real science here. This is primary research. We're looking to see, can these plants help us to crop sustainably off of Earth, where they have all these health benefits that we've heard about, but also the fact that this is the primary way that we get nitrogen compounds into the food chain. And all of us are made of proteins, and proteins are made of nitrogen. So we've got to have that nitrogen be able to get from the atmosphere into the plants so that then we have access to it and all the rest of life on planet. If we're going to go off planet, if we're going to be able to crop sustainably off planet, we can't carry the fertilizer that we're going to need for that. It's too heavy, it's too costly, it's too expensive to make in situ, it's dangerous in many cases. So we've got a biological option is probably the most viable way to do this. And that's what the primary goal of this experiment is to establish if these plants can nodulate in microgravity and the difficult conditions of the spaceflight environment. If you joined us earlier in our sessions, I think it was maybe broadcast 2, I did a dissection of some roots of the cowpeas. And we took a close look at the actual nodules that are formed in symbiosis with the rhizobium, and that's where the nitrogen fixation takes place. I'll probably repeat that live maybe next week, if a given time in our broadcast schedule. But that's something that you could totally do in your classroom. Kids could do at home. You can do it virtually with us. There's lots of opportunities here. And in terms of the challenge, the proposals can be anything. They could be a crayon drawing. I know that Glycine Max would appreciate the use of soybean-based crayons, but you might, whatever you've got at home, give us some drawings, give us some artwork, give us some proposals as to why that legume should be considered. And if you're really ambitious, teachers out there, if you want to put together a campaign for yet another legume, we're absolutely keen to hear from you. You might do a flip grid with your class and everybody give a pitch for your chosen legume. Maybe it's something culturally significant from where you're coming from, like azuki in Japan with Gil. Maybe it's something that has a personal connection for you. You're into health or research and those, this could be any reason that you want to propose that particular legume. We've got a cool platform. If you go to Magnitude.io, you can join us. This is our offering to everybody during these difficult times. Help us all connect, do some learning. All of us can be lifelong learners, and all of us in the process, we've been learning so much about these legumes, about space flight, the challenges of that, the challenges of doing science in space. And that's really helping us shape the work that we're doing. So I hope that all of you will engage in that. So on our platform, you can you'll gain access to a whole suite of lessons that you can either make a virtual classroom for your students, and actually they can share their work and you can respond to it. or you can produce PDFs if you have a means of distributing those either by email or maybe sticking them in the lunch pickups that some of you are doing. You can see the wide range from really basic and informative to some pretty sophisticated science. And these are some real legitimate experiments that you could ask your students to engage in at home. And we're using just common everyday materials in all of these that your students are likely to have at home, or can maybe scrounge up through the recycling bins and make their own apparatus. We'll do another spot on how to make some different scientific apparatus. I showed how you can make your own planting and watering system so that you don't have to, you can have a little better luck with your seedlings. Here we've got, we're getting ready to send this experiment up in October aboard SpaceX 21. And we need to finalize what legume we're sending. This will be the repeat of the flight that we just finished up. It's just been unloaded or turned off and loaded up for return. It'll come back on SpaceX 20 when it splashes down in April, I believe. And then we'll see what, we'll take a look at those seedlings and see what we can learn from them post-flight. We had some challenges with that experiment, and we can talk more about that in another broadcast as well. But those challenges, as I mentioned earlier, we're learning so much more from those. It's like, okay, that didn't happen the way we expected it to. How come? And then testing out those hypotheses and seeing if we're learning what we think we're learning. And that is part of the process. That's probably the most important part of the process. So we hope you'll all join us in this adventure. We've got chickpeas coming up. Is Gil wanting to say something? I see his hand raised there. Ah, very good.
Sorry, everyone. So yeah, I'm gonna have to head in because I'm in Japan. But I want to just encourage everyone. This is fantastic. Continue doing what you're doing, and for everyone listening, just keep your head up. This is a good thing to get invested in, everyone. It's a good thing that it's happening. This is just good, and I'm happy that we're all sharing today. When I wake up during breakfast with the girls, I'll go over the rest of the session. But good luck with everything, and Azuki's gonna win, but good luck with everything else.
Thanks, Ron, man.
Thanks for joining us, Gil.
See you guys.
Nice to meet you.
So this is how important this challenge is. We've got people from Canada, we have people, just Gil from Japan, we've got people from Mexico and Germany and the United States. We're all coming together around this. We're all being affected by these COVID isolations, but that doesn't mean learning and fun has to stop. And you know, I think we need some of that for our kids to have some sense of normalcy. You know, their lives don't need to totally go on hold through the midst of this. And this is a way that you can do some really fun, active work. So with that, Lauren, are you ready to try to convince us that chickpeas are the way to go?
I will. Sorry, I'm finishing up a trouble game over here with my little my tiny
in trouble.
So yes, let me pull that up.
That's the game with the Pop-O-Matic, right?
It is. It's so much fun, and the dice don't go everywhere, so it's great.
Good game for playing in space.
Yeah, exactly.
So Mama, this one can't balance. Because I got 2.
All right.
Mama, it needs to go.
I just played with the whole like share my screen and made sure everything worked, and so now I'm trying to remember.
That really
Okay. We'll have finished in a minute, okay?
Okay.
Okay, is everybody seeing my screen now?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Take
Okay,
it away.
Still trying to get my Zoom down here. So chickpea power, go chickpeas. We are team chickpea all the way. So for starters, who are we? For people who are tuning in, you've been hearing about the Biological Design Challenge, helping us choose our new Leguminauts, and through the Magnitude.io Exo Lab program. I am a 7th and 8th grade science teacher at a school called Fort Worth Academy in Fort Worth, Texas. So that's who I am. And I've actually been going through this program this week with my 7th and 8th graders from afar. And it's been fun to hear their questions and see their questions and the kind of some of the various tools we've been using just to hear what their thoughts are. Lots of them initially are choosing their legumes based on what they are familiar with and what they like to eat, which you will notice is also one of my priorities here, is what tastes good. So one of the big questions is, why legumes? Why are we sending these to space? It's more than just a, oh, hey, wow, that's cool. Look, it's a plant in space. Moving on. There's a reason. And so legumes are a really good source of protein, of lots of nutrients, and they live in symbiosis with the soil bacteria. The one we are specifically testing in our experiments is rhizobium. And not only does it help the plant and it helps our legumes grow, but it helps improve the soil health. Now, is that necessarily something we're looking for on the space station? Not necessarily, but looking further and further into the future, as we try to set up long-term space flight, that space farming is going to become more and more important, and finding a way to improve that soil health without having to cart up a whole bunch of fertilizers and things is going to be so much more important. So chickpeas, look at them. Aren't they just beautiful? Look, they just look fun. They just look so happy. They're all hanging out in their chickpea-ness. So chickpeas are a really good source of fiber and of protein. You find them in all sorts of dishes. People love to eat them because they are really good for you. They're also a great source of folate and other various vitamins and minerals. We could be here all day long. I apologize for the trouble pieces falling in the background. If you hear the crashing. And
no, absolutely, Lauren, it's wonderful. It's life. And the sound of your child in the background is the most pleasant sound. Our little animals love us. Our children love us. So you're good. And we're going to expect to hear that. And it's all good.
Perfect.
Thank you for being on here and sharing this. I love it.
So lots and lots of minerals. We could be here all day long with me kind of telling you all about the great nutrition of chickpeas. The other good thing about chickpeas, look at all the ways you can use them. I never even knew this. You can make coffee out of chickpeas. So if you
cannot make coffee out of anything but coffee. We established that with azuki. Coffee is a bean, and it's only coffee.
Well, while I usually agree, now the chickpea coffee is decaf. So for anyone trying to avoid the side effects that could come with too much caffeine, chickpea coffee could be your alternative. They can also be roasted. I love roasted chickpeas. Just as a snack, you can make them sweet. You can make them salty. They are crunchy. They are delicious. Somehow, I don't really know how you can do this on your own, but the hip pea people have really figured it out well. You can puff them up and make them into almost like a Cheeto type type snack. Lots of snack options with roasted chickpeas. They can be in salads as a great protein source. They can be roasted and then ground into flour. And then you can use them for all of your wonderful baking needs. Plus nutrition, it's great. Falafel, and of course, our dear friend hummus. So lots and lots of delicious treats. And you're not gonna get bored by eating the same thing over and over again. Because look, this is just a handful of the uses for our friend, the chickpea. So what are its superpowers? Here are our chickpea superheroes. It replenishes the soil. It gives you protein and fiber, and it is versatile. You are not going to be stuck eating the same thing. I don't know about y'all, but we've been eating a lot of leftovers around here. And by about day 3, I'm done. It doesn't matter how good it was, but I'm done after a few days. So our chickpeas, you could keep eating them, but eat them in so many different ways that you would never be bored. Go chickpea. Some fun facts about chickpeas. Ancient civilizations like the Greeks, the Romans, the Egyptians, they all loved chickpeas. If they were good enough 7,500 years ago. They're great now. They have stuck around that long for a reason. If they were not great, they would have gone away. They were also one of the first cultivated legumes. So they, in my opinion, should be one of the first to be cultivated in space as well. Because we've seen, look at what a long, illustrious history our friends the chickpeas have had. So the life cycle of a chickpea, they germinate within 10 to 14 days. They reach maturity in 100 days, maybe 130 days. So then they'll be ready for you to eat, giving you plenty of time to find all of your chickpea recipes. And if you're trying to do it now, finding those supplies at the grocery store. Their growing conditions, they prefer 21 to 26 degrees Celsius, but there is a little bit of kind of wiggle room that some research has pointed out. They are drought tolerant. They have a really great root system that helps them gather that water. And if the carbon dioxide levels are higher, they do show increased growth. And soil-wise, they prefer it to be very fertile, sandy, loam type soils. And they like the good drainage. They don't want to drown. But they also, remember, help replenish that soil. And so after they grow that soil, they have left it better than they found it. Go chickpeas. We should all aim to be more like chickpeas and leave everything better than we found it. Kind of some ethnobotany for you here. They were originated in the Fertile Crescent, kind of over in the Middle East area. The earliest record of them being used as a food was found in Turkey. And like I mentioned earlier, the earliest archaeological data that we found so far was 7,500 years ago. They're sticking around. They're not going anywhere because they're delicious and they are nutritious. So again, why chickpeas in space? They're versatile. The astronauts are not going to get bored eating the same legume over and over again. They have so much variety that they could just add a new little seasoning easily, and then boom, they've got a whole different flavor profile. They are delicious and they are nutritious. So how can you help rally Team Chickpea? There's a lot of research about chickpeas on Earth, but there is none in space. You could be the first. You could help us be part of the very first study of chickpeas in space. They were cultivated early on Earth. It should just carry on to space. So help us choose a leguminate. Submit your artwork, observations, and research, obviously to support Team Chickpea because we are the best. And help us design a mission patch. Too many awesome things for chickpeas for me to even be able to put together a mission patch. So come and join Team Chickpea because chickpeas are awesome. And there you go.
Fantastic. Thank you, Laura.
I have learned more about chickpeas than I ever thought I could.
And there's more.
It sounds like you love me even more.
There's more to learn. We need help learning even more because there's so much and it's so awesome.
So what drew you to chickpeas to begin with? You jumped right on board with that one.
I did. So very much like my students, I looked at them and I thought, if I were in space, which one would I want to eat? Or even if I were on Earth, which one would I want to eat? And the answer is chickpeas. So I went solely for the flavor profile of the chickpeas.
And Diane, how about you? You jumped right on glycine max on the soybean.
Soybeans have always fascinated me. We're not big eaters of soybeans, so I thought it was an opportunity now to take a look at that. And plus I want to start a little in-house garden. And it seemed like one of these are things to work with. And the more I looked at it and the more I researched it, I just started to fall more and more in love with that. But in terms of Lauren and your presentation, Laura, my husband is Lebanese. And so chickpeas is a staple part of our diet. So if you want any information about meals to cook and stuff like that, we've got loads of cookbooks here. I'm sure there's a ton of stuff online as well. But the one thing that when you were talking, what crossed my mind is being able to squish hummus out of one of the astronaut sippy bags and putting that on tortilla. And I thought, wow, that's exciting. You could probably do that. I wonder if they actually do that. So I'd love your students to ask that question if you ever get that opportunity. But yeah, good job. No, it's just exciting. All of them. I would have picked all of those beans. It's
No, I want to send them all to space. But
yeah,
That's a great point. I wonder if we can we can probably reach out to the U.S. National Lab and get a hold of their foods culinary.
Yeah.
And just look at recipes and think about what they might have done with beans and legumes. That's a great idea. So that's triggered something.
I would love to know more about that.
We're going to go through the back door here and can't see if we can't get someone from culinary.
Yeah.
Food prep, right?
Yeah.
Wow, that'd be cool, right?
So for those that don't know, the food lab is at Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where all the food, the American food. Say again, please.
Does anyone have a contact there at the culinary?
I think I do. I'll have to check my.
So
my
that's just, you know what you said, Diana, triggered in my head that squeezing the hummus out of the bag. It's like, wow, let's find out. And we can probably get some additional information, some supporting arguments around azuki and other things.
Or chickpeas.
Or chickpeas, yeah. All of them.
I'm here to represent since
How
Gil's
are they
gone to
eating
bed.
it? Yeah, how are they eating it? That's a curiosity now.
Yeah, definitely. No, we will spend this week doing some research into that. So tune back in next week, and hopefully we'll be able to share some of that information with you. And if we can get lucky and get one of the experts, one of the dietitians or food scientists or one of the chefs from the NASA program, we will definitely try to do that. Maybe Jochen can get somebody at DLR to chime in, because each of the agencies, they produce their own food. The Russians have bring their own food up. Most of it's in tins, and Japanese bring their food when they're on board. All the food from the States is, as I said, is cooked and then processed. Either it's freeze dried and you just simply have to rehydrate it, or some things are fine by themselves. So I'm sure the popped chickpeas that are roasted probably could be vacuum sealed in the bag, and they would just be as is. Other foods need to be irradiated, and those of you that have used any shelf-stable foods that normally require the refrigeration, those are some of the foods. First, that packaging was developed for those foods in space, within the space program. So that's literally a space spinoff. And so, you want to eat astronaut food, just get yourself shelf-stable food. And all of us kind of need that right now. If you want to eat like a Russian, buy cans. Where was I going with this? Oh, so the
when we get our friends or Ukrainian friends on, you're going to have to retract that.
So there actually is a real variety of foods, and the nutritional values are very important. They really take all that into consideration. The astronauts actually do taste tests to decide which things they like the best. And one of the things that we've mentioned earlier in these broadcasts is that when you're in microgravity, first, the human body is, if you think about it, everything in our body has evolved to resist the tug of gravity. So all of our vasculature that moves the fluids around our body is designed to keep that fluid from falling to our feet. But you don't have that pull in microgravity. So all of those fluids shift to the upper body. And when you see astronauts who are just first in space, you'll often notice their faces are kind of puffy. They sound like they got a bit of a head cold, and little chipmunk cheeks. And your body adapts, and you'll pee all that extra water out, and then that gets recycled into tomorrow's coffee, and because nothing goes to waste, and your body balances that out. But then you've got the opposite problem when you come back down to Earth. You have the fluid shift in the opposite direction, so they actually do fluid loading before they return to Earth to ease that transition. The Roscosmos actually has, if those of you are Aardman fans, like the wrong trousers is what they look like. These pants that they put on, they're pressure, this from something about their lower extremities and improving their I think the vascular health upon return. I'll look into that more exactly how those function.
You know, Michael,
yeah.
I had actually an interesting project that parents can do at home with their children to actually replicate the effect that you're talking about, the vasculature. And right, so what you want to do, maybe grab your camera, mom or dad, guardian, and have your child actually go up. I'm in my garage here, so it's kind of hard to do that. But what you want them to do is go up against the wall and lie down on the ground with their feet against the wall up into the air, kind of like a V. And this would be my feet, and this is my head, right? And what happens is all that fluid is going to flow down, right, and pool at your head and the top of your body. And so take a picture of your child before, just as they got set up, and let them do that maybe for a minute. They might get a little dizzy if they stand up too fast. Keep that in mind. But then take a picture maybe a minute later, and then compare. And their face is going to look just like an astronaut's.
And you can actually do taste tests to see how your sense of taste and smell is affected by that. And that's where I was going with all of this. So right? Spicy foods are really preferred in space. So and we heard about one of the microgreens from Joyamasa, that the wasabi, the leaves of the wasabi were really appreciated in space because it livened up the food. So excellent experiments. Please share back with us what you find out. Maybe you're not a fan of spicy food normally, but hey, not so bad when your head is full of fluid and your sense of smell and taste is reduced.
So you have your favorite legume there before you do this challenge of leaning up against the wall, and maybe do a little taste test.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Or alfalfa or what have you, right? And let's find out.
Yeah.
What would
Another
you like
simple experiment to see what it's like in space too is take your height at the end of the day, just before you go to bed. And then first thing in the morning, measure your height again. I guarantee you it won't be the same. And I'll leave you to find out what it is.
There you go. Awesome.
I see. I mean, we're a little ahead of schedule here, but
that's probably good to do a reprisal of what the ExoLab is.
Yeah.
And really why we're doing this. And so Magnitude is a company that has been able through, and we're so grateful, working with the U.S. National Lab. U.S. National Lab's mission is to make life better here on Earth. And since February 2017, we've been sending missions up to the space station, experimenting and exploring what happens with plants in microgravity. We started with Arabidopsis. Arabidopsis is a model organism. It's part of the mustard family. And as a model organism, its genome's already been mapped. And so that's great. But they don't taste very good. And so one thing has led to another. And as Michael and the rest of our teachers here, and you at home, you teachers that haven't yet joined the Magnitude ExoLab program, please join us. We've opened up our platform at no cost. Our world's kind of in a really dire, kind of desperate situation right now. And there are things we can control and there are things we cannot. And we want to stay excited and enthusiastic about life, about what the possibilities are. And this idea of social distancing, we don't believe in that because we've got digital. So we can actually get closer together and share our ideas. And that's the original idea of the internet, of the World Wide Web, right? We had physicists that wanted to share their deep knowledge together. How are they going to do that? Now, thanks to streaming media, we can actually get in chat and see how we're doing and see what's going on. And on Wednesdays, every Wednesday now, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern, we have sessions that are open 1 hour. And our last session, they're recorded. We'll post that for you on our site. Is just really to check in, see how everyone's doing. We talk a little bit of science. We talk about what we're doing with space. Of course, our Leguminaut challenge is really what we're focused on. And we've been really lucky to bring in some special guests. This is the first time you're visiting us here in Magnitude Live, we've had Dr. Richard Barker, who took us on an amazing dive into data science around living things and this database called, is it Sybase, I think, or something like that? Cyverse, in which there is a global research data set of genomics from mammalian investigations and biological investigations around plant biology. It's just absolutely fascinating. To other researchers as well. Dr. Elizabeth Warren will join us this afternoon at 11, or rather this morning at 11 Pacific, so in a little bit of time. And ExoLab is this little device that we have that we send up to the space station. I've got one behind me right here. This is the Earth-bound one that's typically in classrooms. Well, none of our classrooms are in session right now. So we're creating virtual versions of this, but we're creating things where you might be able to do something at home. If you're a parent, just grab some seeds and let's plant something and put it in the kitchen window, or go out in the backyard and plant and start a garden. Grab a handful of dirt and see if you can see anything in it. Here's a chance to connect back to the basics. I mean, we're talking about some of these plants have been around for 7,500 years as part of humanity, right? Go Chickpea, I see that. Giving you a shout out. And really, I think all of our legumes have this storied history with civilization. We are, in a way, reliant on our world, and yet we've kind of ignored it, right? It's all about people. But without everything else, we wouldn't be around. And so I think we need to give a little nod to our precious legume in whatever way, shape, or form it has given us. And we're going to take that, we're going to elevate one of them, we're going to send them to space. Come join us, help us find the right legume. We heard from a couple of them today. Michael, you want to weigh in and maybe a little bit more on the pedagogy or how, the kind of the thinking behind this? I mean, we've talked about some of the younger students and how we can get them involved, maybe drawing a picture, what have you. We'll make sure we post our office email, physical mail address. If you want to send a little postcard, draw a picture, send it to us. I love with art and ideas from out there, whether you're in the United States, in Canada, in Japan, New Mexico, Germany, parts of Africa, Kenya or South Africa, wherever you might be, other parts that we have yet to hear from, send us some stuff. They're here in Berkeley, California. And for our more advanced students, Michael, let's talk a little bit about getting into the genetics and perhaps even the epigenetics of these changes in gene expression. And Dr. Warren here joining us in about an hour and a half, hour and 10 minutes or so. We'll kind of dive in a little deeper on that. But I think that's something to good investigate. Our high school students, AP biology, honors biology, maybe even physics, right? Chemistry. If you're into engineering design, we've got our ExoLab that can probably use some improvements depending on what we're trying to do. Our different plants have different growing conditions. If we select a candidate that might be a little slow growing or it might be a little more sensitive to heat, will it actually work in our lab? And so we have challenges that are multifaceted. We will continue to have these sessions. Right now, it's been an evolution. We're kind of making it up as we go along. This is not a professional operation from the standpoint of broadcasting. We don't have those super cool microphones or anything like that. Who knows, maybe in a couple of weeks we will. But the idea here is we want you to join us. We want you to maybe break out of that routine of concern in our communities. You probably need something to do, right? Have some fun, come join us. Michael, why don't you share a little bit more about these deeper investigations before we hear from our next Leguminaut?
Sure. The point of this whole project is to be able to get people engaged in something really meaningful, something fun, and the science that's authentic. This is, we don't know where any of these things are going to go. We don't know what the answers are, and that's what a scientist is really trying to do, is asking questions, and it's a path of discovery. Human beings, we are innately explorers, and we start life out like that as little babies, adventuring a little bit further, taking in information, learning. And then as our brains develop and our experiences accumulate, it gets more and more sophisticated and we adopt new tools. And so this work is naturally scalable. There is nothing that we're doing that isn't appropriate, from the youngest students to the oldest students. if you've been listening in, watching in here with these broadcasts, you've seen how much we ourselves are engaged actively in this learning process, and we're all running little experiments. You just saw seedlings in Germany. Oh no, we just lost Jochen. And I've shown you some plants here from New York, and we saw some seedlings that Gil is working with in his apartment in Osaka, Japan. And we're hoping that you and your students will be doing the same. It's a great activity to get engaged in. And as Lauren reminded us so much, it's something that humans do. We explore, we try things, we tweak the ways in which these plants grow, select them for different characteristics, whether it's their tolerance to certain environmental conditions or the culinary preferences of the people who are cultivating those. If you think about how many different legumes there are, well, why is that? And what is the original legume? That's that study of ethnobotany and how it all integrates. So if you're more into the humanities, there you go. There's a lot of work to do. Our older students definitely can do some research. If you've got access to technology, unfortunately you can't go to the library right now, but if through the internet, you can go to Google Scholar, you can go to ResearchGate, and those give you access to real research publications. These are, and if nothing else, teachers, if you don't know how a lab report is really written, that's a good place to go. A lot of the lessons we teach in science curriculum aren't really the way that scientists work. And since we maybe can't follow our set curriculum, now's a chance to really be scientists, not just to read about it and answer some questions at the end of a chapter, to be scientists, to be the thinkers, to design the experiments, try them out. It's probably not going to work the first time, and that's good, because that's when you're actually learning. We don't learn when something happens right the first time around. That's just, okay, I know how to do that. But every time something doesn't work, if you take the time to reflect on that, you've learned that many more new things. And then how can you apply those to hopefully have your next trial be more successful? Science isn't a one and done thing. And that's why we're casting this out to a broader net, because we need lots of replications of these experiments to make sure that our hypotheses are valid. Older students, you can get into some of the engineering. If you were here earlier, you saw Jochen is tinkering around with the electronics behind the ExoLab and creating his own. You could do that all, and if you're just trying to make a growth chamber, take a recycled cardboard box, have that be the frame of your lab, and then scrounge around for some lights, scavenge a desk lamp, see just be creative. Reverse engineer something that you're not really using anymore. Check the older students, check that toy chest. I bet there's a gold mine of bits and pieces you can use and repurpose to support your engineering. You don't have to go out and buy stuff. Dumpster dive, see what's in that recycling bin.
Michael, that reminded me of that scene from the movie Apollo 13.
Yeah, exactly.
All the stuff on the table. They say, we have to solve this, get the square thing and the round thing, and this is all we have to work with.
Right, right. Like you said, another favorite of mine was, it ran for a while on the Discovery Channel, Junkyard Wars. Same kind of thing. You've got a challenge to build something, but you can't go to the store and buy the parts. You've got to go scavenge through this junk pile to get the things that you need to make that work. So I'm looking at this as a real opportunity for all of us to do some really cool stuff over the next several weeks or months, however long this lasts. While the other scientists in their labs are trying to find solutions to this current problem, you can be helping us find solutions to problems of being able to have a sustainable planet, of being able to sustain human beings in deeper space research. Look into the genetics of it. Maybe you've got a mini PCR handy. Some of our schools have them. Maybe a teacher brought one home, and you can design an experiment with your students and do some work there. Maybe you've got a spouse or a colleague who has access to that you can get them some of the tissue samples and do some of that work with your students, for your students. And again, share all that with us. You can contact us at hello@magnitude.io. Let us in on what you're doing. Join our challenge, become part of the network, and let's just see what we can learn through all of this.
Thank you, Michael. Exactly. And so if you go to Magnitude.io, you'll have a chance to, without any cost, enter our challenge. And there's a free sign up here. You can have a super simple, lightweight engagement with your students, whether it's a drawing challenge for our younger students or these deeper investigations that Michael shared with us. And we also have lesson plans that are already have been written for you if you really want to keep them within your scope and sequence of learning. Now, I think at least here in the United States, we have to think about this really as a supplemental and an enrichment program. Equity, I think, is a really important part of things that we consider here at Magnitude. And if anyone is working in special needs or other applications, we'd be very keen on talking to you. So whether someone is hearing impaired or sight impaired, what can we do to translate some of these experiences to make it more readily available for them?
I think at the top of the hour, if everybody can mute their mics, just so we don't get feedback, you're certainly welcome to ask a question. You can use the raise hand or drop something in the chat box, or you can physically wave at us, get our attention, and we can break in and find out what your question is. But if Steve Jones is ready, I think it's time to hear about lentils.
Well, of course I'm ready.
Take it away, Steve.
All right. Hey, do you like to eat food? Sure. We all like to eat food. Imagine if you're on the station and you need food, what are you going to eat? Well, before I get started, I want to introduce to you some of the things that I think we might enjoy and how best to do that, but with a little song. Let's make sure we got this going right. Here we go.
Here's a lovely song about my favorite food. Lima, lentil, soy, and pinto, navy, northern, and garbanzo, kidneys, and frijoles negros. I love beans. I love beans. Woo, woo, woo. I love beans. How about you? High in fiber, low in fat. Yeah, but you didn't know that. When I eat beans, I say it in my own little cloud. Nobody comes to visit me in my little cloud. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm cutting muffins. Because I love beans. Hey, I love beans every day. Beans are an excellent source of protein. I love beans.
Steve.
All right.
You were supposed to be promoting legumes.
I just
promoting legumes. Of course.
Gases and microgravity is an interesting investigation.
Exactly. It is a natural byproduct of legumes. So
as if the air in the station didn't smell bad enough already.
What's the most pleasant smelling legume? That's the question.
I would have to say it's lentils, of course, because lentils are what we're here to talk about today. Okay, so lentils. What do we know about lentils? You know, I teach middle school. My name is Steve Jones. I teach at Hopewell Middle School in Milton, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, here in the same county as Atlanta. And I always like to start out with some kind of little silly video like that to kind of get the kids' attention as to what we're doing. But today, I want to talk a little bit about lentils, and I'd like everybody to join in with Team Lentil. And I'm hoping to see, I've already got Spider-Man on board back here. He's going to be jumping in with us as well. We've heard a lot today about how the ExoLab works and how we're going to be using that. I've got mine set up right here behind me, and I'm very excited to be able to bring this challenge to you all. So let's talk a little bit about the lentil. Now, lentils, if you've never had them before, start out as a very tiny little seed. I don't know if you can see that or not. I have a test tube here of several that I've got together. So they're very compact. You can get a lot on a shipment, let's say, to the station. But one reason I jumped on with lentils is I have a high population of students from India, and they do a lot of dal and curries and stuff with lentils. So they were very interested in wanting to work with this type of legume. So as I got to looking at this, I found a lot of really interesting stuff about lentils, but I don't want to give too much away because I'm really interested to find out what my students can find out in doing their own research as well. Couple of things talking about legumes or lentils is they're amazingly high in protein. In fact, ounce for ounce, a lentil has the same amount of protein as a piece of steak. So obviously without all the fat and everything else that goes with that. So this is going to be really good for long-term space travel, for if we set up a colony on the moon or on Mars. Got a great source of protein and folates, vitamin D, carbohydrates, really good. And it's actually high caloric. I believe it's about 140 calories per 100 grams, which, I know a lot of people here on Earth are worried about calories, but, if you've ever seen The Martian, calories are very, very important to keep you moving. And so we need to make sure we're looking at that. And I was really kind of surprised that Diana did not jump on board with lentils, because Canada is the #1 producer in the world of lentils. They produce 51% of all lentils. So I've already reached out to Lentils.org, which is kind of the PR arm for lentils, and going to be getting some stuff that students and anybody that joins me on this can use. But one of the cool things about lentils is they are very low on the glycemic index. So it really helps with keeping your blood sugar low. They're excellent for diabetics. My guess is that the first people sent to Mars are not going to be diabetic, but you never know. You want to make sure you're keeping everything level with that. Also with lentils, not only can you eat those seeds, which I just finished a great lunch of a cinnamon, cardamom, honey, lentil, not kind of a soup really, it was more like an oatmeal. It was really good. Not only can you eat that, but the sprouts themselves, lentils are actually a really good microgreen. And so as the sprouts grow, they actually produce a lot more, as you eat those cotyledons, or a lot more nutrients than regular bean sprouts that you might get. So not only will the astronauts be able to cultivate the plants, get the seeds, but they could also use the sprouts as well for food. Of course, as a legume, they're great for reintroducing those nitrates into the soil. You can, anything that you're not using can be recultivated in there and hopefully reintroduce those things to the soil. That would be great. Now, the life cycle. Let's talk a little bit about the life cycle. Lentils take about 10 days to germinate, and to reach a full mature plant is about 80 to 100 days. So it does take a little bit longer to germinate, but again, you can eat the sprouts too as they're coming up if you need to save some for that. They grow in, actually, they're pretty drought tolerant. They don't like a lot of moisture, pretty sandy, loamy soil, some clays. They'll pretty much grow a little bit everywhere. And in fact, lentils are the oldest pulse crop known and one of the earliest crops domesticated in the old world. There have been remains found in human settlements in Greece dating back to 11,000 BC. So we've been using them a long time, as Ted was talking about earlier. We're kind of, these things have gone alongside us all throughout human history, and we continue to use them. And so they've been used for a long time. Again, they're a large source of protein for India and for Turkey and Greece in the Middle East and Canada now. So they have been flown in space several times. This was a difficult search that I had to do. And I actually got some help from Dr. Barker at the Gilroy lab. There were a couple articles that I needed that I couldn't get a hold of, and he was able to grab those for me. But we actually flew lentils on Skylab and did studies of gravitropism to see how the root systems were going to grow in space, and they used lentils for that. A little bit more recent, around 2014, the European Space Agency flew a couple of missions, Gravi-1 and Gravi-2, and they used lentils for those as well. Again, continuing how we're going to cultivate these plants in a microgravity environment. So what do I need? I need people to jump on board and help me with this research to find out more about what lentils are, what uses we can have for them. Most of the uses that I know are food-based. Are there other uses out there? That's where I need you guys to jump in and help me with this. We're going to be doing all sorts of activities. I've already started some with my students, but we're going to be designing mission patches. We're going to be growing a couple of different varieties. I'll be posting some videos and pictures of what we're doing as I try different medium we're going to grow in. We can try soil, we can try Martian regolith. I actually have a container from the Martian Garden right here of soil. This is getting a little low, but I've got some more. But you can see this is a simulant, because we've never brought anything back from Mars. So this is what we understand as close as we can, about 92% of what is on Mars. No perchlorates, but we can worry about those another time. We got to get them growing in this first. So I've got several different media, and I'm really interested to find out what type of media students and teachers around the world are wanting to try with this. And I'm open to doing anything with that. So that's the lentil. Back to you guys.
Wow, you're bringing out the big guns. Lentils.org. Okay. All right. So PR, you guys, that he's giving us all a challenge. Is there a body out there for chickpea, for azuki beans? That's fantastic. And what a great way to kick it off with I love beans. Yeah, so gas favorites microgravity.
I'm thinking there was a reason for those steampunk goggles.
It's all about lab safety, and we're going to get into here, so we got to be ready.
Too much. Yeah, so Steve, you gave me a thought. So in my classroom hiatus or being here in exile, I took basically everything out of the lab in my classroom, and I've reconstructed my lab here at home. I've always had a little bit here, but not full scale. So I brought it up to full scale, like I would have in my classroom. And so if you're a teacher or student, and for whatever reasons, maybe you never had the stuff to begin with, and you've always been curious about it, about doing an experiment. Maybe you have the stuff, but you didn't get enough warning to pull a couple of critical things, or I left a piece of my exolab. I'm positive it's on one of the tables in the classroom when I packed up, because I know it's one of those things I remember putting in the bag, but I've not found it anywhere here. If you want me to be your hands, I mean, I even got a glove box here. So if that we can, this is a DIY glove box. Maybe one of these broadcasts, I can teach you how to make one yourself. But you think of me as being on the space station for you. You can send me your experiments, tell me what your procedures are, tell me what media you want to use. There's a good chance I've got everything here. And if I don't, I can probably track it down. I'm pretty good at scrounging and building apparatus. I can help coach you through it. If you want just me to repeat a trial for you and you want to have it doubled up, reach out to us. And many of my partners here, I imagine they'll be just as eager to help out, and it benefits all of our students. We can share that broader research capability. And that's a real analog for how the station works, why we send things to the station. We can't always be everywhere. We can't always get our hands on everything that we need. But we have access to these resources.
I like what you all were talking about earlier about that scene from Apollo 13 with getting the, square peg to fit in the round hole. That's exactly how I run my class is, here's some materials. You've got this much time. I need you to build this. Well, how do we do that, Mr. Jones? I don't know. Yep. Play around with it. If it doesn't work, don't worry. It's okay. What did you learn? And that's how I'm approaching this Leguminaut challenge.
Exactly.
If it doesn't work, oh, well, now we know what doesn't work.
Yep.
This is absolutely fantastic. All of the personalities are coming out, not just from the legumes that you're giving these personalities to, but also your teaching styles. So I'm really engaged. I'm loving the variety of approaches that we're taking to engage our students, whether they're in the classroom. And now, really, your classroom is the world, right? And teachers, if you're just kind of tuning in, we've been running these really in this kind of extraordinary time that the planet is experiencing right now. We would like some certainty and some continuity. And I think if we look at the International Space Station, it's 250 miles above the planet right now, traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. It's been up there for 2 decades. If you have a student in K through 12, it's been up there longer than they've been alive. And it's absolutely a phenomenal platform for research. And we're so grateful to be able to work alongside the U.S. National Laboratory to run these kinds of experiences. I love lentils.
Think about it. For all of us, I think all of us here in is
that Marvel approved, by the way?
Well, I'm working on it. I know people. I'm working on it.
For everybody on this broadcast, I mean, we remember times where there weren't always astronauts in space, but for the last 2 decades, there's always been at least one human being living and working off the planet. I think that's extraordinary. And out of the 8 billion people on the planet, there's fewer than 600 people who've actually had that privilege. And it's something to aspire to, but we can't all end up on the pointy end of the rocket. Maybe our experiments can, and we can be there. A part of us can be there. The astronauts are all amazing communicators, and they love to share stories of what it was like to be in space. And then if you think about it, everything that it takes to support those people while they're in space, even getting there, from those of us that are classroom teachers, they played a role. The parents, all of the people that interacted with every one of those astronauts their whole life. But then once they got to NASA, the custodians, the groundskeepers, the building engineers, all the different kinds of engineers and scientists, but the bus drivers that work on NASA to move people around on the campus. Everybody there is supporting this goal of human exploration. So there's a place for any passion you have in the space industry. Artists, data visualization is crazy important. Most people don't understand a table of numbers. Most scientists don't like to look at a table of numbers. That's why we use computers to build models of that data, because it's a lot more comprehensible. But the average person needs to be able to understand this data too. So that's a really important skill and a place to, if you're, like I said, if you're an artistic passion, what do we, given the data, what do we think some of these distant planets might look like? You've seen some of the images of like Kepler planets. Nobody actually knows what they look like. Those are artist renderings. Nobody knows what a lunar or Martian colony looks like because we haven't built it yet. Those are all artist renderings. All the animations of what the spacecraft is doing while it's in space. Again, artistic programming, creativity. That's all part of it, and the creative expression of scientists. It is a very creative endeavor. So I really encourage you and your students to join us in this expedition of deep learning.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And if you're students that are joining us, by all means, jump aboard, bring some of your friends along. I'm sure it's frustrating not being able to hang out, shoot some hoops, or just kind of hang out with your buddies. Let's do something fun. You actually have a chance to work with us and put something in orbit. And we're going to do it. This will be our 8th mission. And we've selected legumes because we really, as you heard, if you've been around for the entire morning, they have some pretty cool attributes, and they've been around with the evolution of society and civilization from the very, very beginning. As we started agriculture in the different communities around the world, they went to these for their nutritional properties, and they've kind of evolved with us. And I think this is a great opportunity. You mentioned, Michael, data science. And if you guys didn't see our first session last Thursday with Dr. Richard Barker, he took us on an amazing ride in data science, just looking at genomics databases, both for mammalian and plants. And it was absolutely fabulous. The closest thing I can equate it to is really jazz improvisation, 3-hour deep dive in which there wasn't a moment in which were not engaged. That was a Facebook stream, and we're converting that now into an archive video where you can see it on our page. And that should be available as we get into the weekend. So we're getting other cool experts from around the world. Dr. Joy Amasa from NASA, she's a lead on the veggie. She joined us yesterday. Really gave us some keen insight, and actually is helping us think about our platform, the ExoLab, and how we can make it even better. And this afternoon at I guess East Coast time is at 2 o'clock. We're going to have Liz Warren, Dr. Elizabeth Warren, not the Liz Warren candidate, but really important for us. She's a lead scientist for the National Laboratory. She'll join us and she'll talk about human physiology. And as we heard, some of our beans actually do some really cool things about making our bones stronger. And osteoporosis is a big thing. Bone loss is something pretty significant in microgravity. So there's a nice, interesting connection there. If you know or are connected with someone in the space sciences or keen in research and nutrition or what have you, or maybe you even know someone at like somebean.org, connect them, bring them in, because this is a community that we're building literally on the fly. This is a bridge that really has a general schematic. We're walking across that bridge as we're building it. So come join us. It's not something that's been crafted. We don't have a schedule weeks or months in advance. It's like, what are we doing on next Wednesday? We have figured that out. What are we doing at the back end next week? We don't know. This is really
like my classroom. I got an idea when I walk into the beginning of the day, but it's a journey, and we rarely end up where I thought we might.
Exactly.
It's really for good, because that's we're following people's passions. So share your passion with us. We're talking about students. I want to make it clear, we're not just talking about pre-K through 12. Those of you out there that are on university,
oh yeah,
you're students too. You've got a lot to contribute, and I know it really sucks right now. I got 3 university students that live in my house, and they're all bummed out like crazy because their semester's been terminated. They have, their friends are scattered across the world now, and they don't know when they're going to get to see each other.
Yep.
Here's a way to have some lab mates, and we're going to buoy us all up through this.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. And the research side of it, I think, is super important. What do we got there? Tony's going to play a little view of, that's the International Space Station, a little walkthrough. This is what Gil had provided us. Well, that's great. And so, oh, you were able to translate it already. Fantastic. So this is just a quick view of some of the data science, this SciVerse data set that's global now. Researchers around the planet, as they're understanding epigenetic changes in the core genomics of these plants and animals, it's now this repository of knowledge. How do you go in and find that thing that you're looking for, that gene expression? I can't even begin to do it justice. You've got to watch the video. You know, bring a meal with you, because you're going to be sitting there for 3 hours enraptured by what Dr. Barker sends us through. Absolutely.
No, he is just so amazing. There's his mentor and advising professor. He fondly calls him the wizard. But that is Gilroy himself, the head of the lab. So it is an incredible resource. We had so much fun talking with Richard. I got to meet him at a teachers convention in Houston this winter, and it's just been an amazing connection that we've made, and we've all tapped into it, and he's I think propelled us so much further than we may have gotten otherwise. Definitely in curiosity, and I got about a dozen new questions out of that broadcast to try out myself in my lab.
And so definitely our program continues to change and evolve. We might be fortunate enough to get an astronaut or two. So hang tight.
We're certainly trying.
Yeah, we're working on it.
We
know, right? So hang on. If
Well,
you've got an idea.
Hey, Ted, this is the latest. Serena Chancellor, she was going to come on, but she volunteered to help out at the hospital. So she might not be able to do that next week, but we will continue to try.
Like most medical professionals, they're really stepping up. So Christina on Chancellor, she's not just an astronaut, she's a medical doctor.
Yeah.
And the really cool connection for us is, and maybe we can at least share that video clip of that interview we had with her last summer. She loaded one of our experiments on the space station. So how cool is that? We got to meet the person who loaded it. We thought we were excited. She was so excited because all she sees is a red aluminum box. She had no idea what the experiment was in there. And so she's like, I always want to know what these experiments look like. So she came over and looked at our ExoLab and was just so excited about all that.
This is interesting. There's a little trick that we didn't really realize, and I want to do this on ExoLab 8. We can actually put a little message to the astronaut right there on the aluminum box, right?
Right.
And as they load it up, they actually have a recording, a live recording back down to the ground station to make sure they're going through all the protocols. You know, in order to do something in an extraordinary environment like the International Space Station, you have very explicit step-by-step instructions for everything that you do. And they really don't know what these labs are. They just know what they need to do. So if we just have a little message on there, say hello, say, how's it going? Let's figure out what we want to tell our astronaut. And if we're lucky, we might even know who that astronaut is that's going to be doing our load up, and we can make it personalized. So let's think about
we had Janelle Wellens from JPL with us yesterday, and hey, it works for JPL. They always sneak in there somewhere, JPL. Yep. Anybody know where it is on the Curiosity rover?
That's right. We can put a little right in the instructions, turn and wave at the camera. You know, it's step 27.
Right. Steve, you know?
Yeah, it's on the wheels.
Yeah. It actually prints out as it drives in Morse code, JPL. NASA hates that. There's not supposed to be any branding on spacecraft.
That's so clever. That's awesome.
It first started with one of the landers that when it opened up, the camera was pointed right at a JPL sticker that nobody knew was there. So yeah, I think that'd be amazing if we put a little note on there. Maybe we could even get the astronauts to autograph our ExoLabs when they.
Well, you have to send a pen up there with it.
Right.
As well.
We'll have Twyman tape a Sharpie to it.
There you go. But now, what's that Sharpie worth? Nice fundraiser, right?
Ooh.
Do Sharpies work in microgravity?
Good question.
That's our science experiment. That's why we're sending it.
Capillary action is very strange in microgravity, as Don Pettit found out, but he managed to invent a coffee cup that works in space. So he didn't have to drink his coffee out of a bag. He could drink it out of a proper cup.
Proper? Well, it's kind of unusually shaped cup, but
yeah, but it's still, he had a proper cup of coffee. Or he didn't get to. It was the Italian astronaut, her name just escaped me, Samantha Cristoforetti. She took up an espresso machine with her that they experimented with in microgravity. And so she got to have the first proper cup of coffee in the cupola. Search that photo out if you're a coffee lover like me. It is amazing. I only wish. And I see we're at the bottom of the hour, and we got to try to keep on schedule here because we have so much stuff packed in. We've learned about soybeans, and we've learned about azuki beans, and we've learned about chickpeas and lentils. And now we get, and now we're going to learn about mung beans from Mary Vaughn in Florida. And I'm just looking across here. We got America's Ride to Space. Go mung bean. So we've got Canada, we've got New York, we've got California, we've got Mexico, we've got Camilla the space chicken somewhere in California. We've got another Mexico, we got Atlanta, Georgia, we've got Chicago, go Cubs. We've got Florida, we've got Lori, I don't know where you're from. You're from California?
Florida.
Florida, you're in Florida.
Florida as well, Orlando.
All right.
Yeah.
Ted in California, in the Bay Area, and we've got C joining us, another Magnitude staff from her childhood home in sunny San Diego.
Oh, and Gil, who was with us earlier, had to go to bed
Japan.
because he's dialing in from Osaka, Japan.
Yep. And earlier we had from Germany, and we've got Texas and Rhode Island. This is a real network. I love it. So Mary, the floor is yours, and please tell us why we should consider mung beans.
All right, well, go mung beans. So mung beans are super mung beans. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because we have our super mung bean guy. All right. All right. So can you guys see the screen good?
You're good.
Okay. All right. So here's our design challenge. We are trying to select the best best bean that is the candidate to fly
Was that a not so Freudian slip there?
Yes. To fly to the space station. So here are some reasons why the mung bean should be selected. All right. Here we go. So mung bean, also known as the green gram or the mash or mung, it is in the legume family, cultivated in East Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Indian continent. Michael, you can correct me on any of these pronunciations here, but its higher classification is the Vigna, scientific name Vigna radiate. Is that correct, Michael? Family is, I'm not even going to go there. Fabaceae.
Fabaceae.
Fabaceae. It's in the kingdom of plant. The order is Fabales. Fabales. And the biological species, the rank is species.
So I'm just going to interject there. Faba. Does that sound familiar?
Fava beans, yes.
Yeah. And where do they come from? Italy. Yeah. And so that's why the Latin word for this order is Fabales.
Got it. That makes so much sense. All right. Well, mung beans have a very fast germination rate. They can germinate in 4 to 5 days. So you can see some images here of the mung beans sprouting, and then of course the plant itself. They're very vibrant beans. Interesting that they do germinate. Most plants or most seeds that we know of need light to germinate. Mung beans do not. They need a period of darkness in order to germinate. And they're very cute little beans. They are very crunchy. They can be eaten raw or they can be eaten cooked. And so we're going to go some more into that information. So they do require moisture before they germinate to allow for that seed coat to be softened to begin that germination rate. So easy. They can be soaked for a few hours before planting. Mung beans do need warmth. They are a warm season crop, so they require temperatures of 13 to 16 degrees Celsius. Their pH level is 6 2/10 to 7 2/10. And they do require 8 to 10 hours of light daily. So mung bean health benefits. When Gil was going into the benefits of his bean, I think all of these beans throughout cultures throughout history all have their specific nutrients, but they all have many in common. So mung beans are packed with healthy nutrients. They are a good source of antioxidants. We know that our astronauts are exposed to a lot of radiation in space, and so that antioxidant piece is very important. They are rich in vitamins and minerals. Some of those vitamins and minerals are folate, B9, manganese, magnesium, zinc, vitamins B2, B3, B5, and B6. Okay. It is one of the best, mung beans are one of the best plant-based source of protein. So they are full of protein. They're very useful for those people that are vegetarians. Mung beans are also easy to digest. They increase that dietary fiber, and they're rich in amino acids. And amino acids are ones that your body cannot produce on its own. So if you haven't tried mung beans, I highly recommend it. They are delicious and they are crunchy, so they give everyone that satisfaction that they need when they are eating them. Because we know when our astronauts are in flight for long duration missions, they're going to need all of these components in order to mentally be able to have success on their mission. All right, so I am from Tampa, Florida. I teach at a school called Randall Middle School. So I teach science to our gifted population of students, and then I teach a few honors classes as well. So we did launch mung beans to the space station last July of 2019. That team of 4 scientists they were looking at the germination rate, the frequency rate of the germination of mung beans. So the team found out that they did have a 95% germination rate in microgravity, along with here on Earth. So that was a very promising that we've done that research. So students, I want to challenge you to go out and look, have we launched mung beans on the station at other times? And so I'm going to let you look that up and determine why mung beans would be a very good candidate for our astronauts to use for a food source. So lots of different ways to incorporate mung beans. The picture on the top left or the middle left is mung bean soup. In the middle is mung bean curry. On the far right is a mung bean pizza. At the bottom right is a mung bean salad. And then interesting, at the bottom left, mung beans can also be made into a tea. So you simply boil and cook the beans uncovered for 10 to 15 minutes at low. You can add other things to it, like mint. Our astronauts could use dried mint. They could add to that. So it can also be made. I know that many people like to drink Thai tea. So it can be incorporated into like a Thai tea. So it allows for, people to have that sweetness, because we all know in order for a meal to be really rounded out, a lot of people have to, have that sweetness at some part of their meal, usually at the end. And so that would allow everyone to take care of their sweet tooth. So very, very important. So these are the sources. So I do want to point out that Baylor Science, Medical Science, has a great resource. It's at the bottom. It's in space. So anyone looking to incorporate things in your classroom, a lot of amazing suggestions here with things that anyone, parents as well, have right around their house, you know, just to be able to germinate those seeds. Super, super easy, looking at that gravitrophism and lots of other things. All right, so go mung beans. We really want them to, you know, have another opportunity to fly to the station, to work with that rhizobian bacteria to see how the plant would actually grow. We know that they do germinate well in space, and now we want to continue with, you know, actually growing them and seeing how they produce their crop on the station. So without further ado, I do have a video to share.
I love beans. No.
It's not that one.
It needs to be a song. Come on.
Well, I do have some music to go with this, Steve. All right, I just don't know. Okay. Okay, here we go. So there they are. You can see they're very green and delicious, and they have a good crunch. So there you have it. Go super mung beans. Great benefit for the space station.
Awesome, Mary. Thank you. Oh, this is fantastic. Oh, hey, Sabrina's joined us. Hey, Sabrina. All right, so I think what we want to do, Michael, if we can, is wind back up to the top and recap kind of what we're doing with ExoLab, why we're offering this challenge, and kind of where we're going with things. Mary, I think your screen's still sharing. If you can draw that, that'd be great.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm going to be humming that now.
You're right. For the it's like the whole music. So I'll go ahead and start. We have been through an amazing adventure with everybody today. These broadcasts have really been a lot of fun. This is our 5th broadcast. We're looking for a candidate of Legume to send on our next flight to the space station. With ExoLab, we're doing research involving students around the world and doing those replicating experiments that we are conducting in microgravity. Our most recent flight, ExoLab 7, recently concluded, and we're waiting for its return home on SpaceX 20 in April, was flying cowpeas, Vigna unguiculata, and it's often grown as a forage crop, hence the ungulate part of the name. But they're also a variety of black-eyed peas. But the important thing about legumes is they have this unique ability among the plant world and really among everything, that in symbiosis with a soil bacteria called Rhizobium. They are able to convert the nitrogen in our atmosphere that we're all swimming through, but it's completely inert, non-bioreactive. They can convert it into the ammonia and then the nitrates and nitrites that plants are able to metabolize. And those nitrogen compounds are critical to developing the amino acids that help build proteins, and then of course build all of us and every other living thing. Nothing else can fix, other than a lightning strike, can fix the nitrogen and the atmospheric nitrogen and convert it into nitrogen compounds in the soil that plants can use. So we're thinking of this as a means of a green fertilizer, a biological fertilizer, to send chemical fertilizers, whether they're solids, powders, liquids, gases. There's a lot of up mass, so that leads to cost. Also, many of them are dangerous to use, and most of them are actually quite energy expensive and dangerous to produce. So even thinking of producing these off planet, either on orbit or on a colony on Mars or the moon, it's not really a viable solution. Maybe one of our engineers someday will create something that will work, but right now it's not really practical. So what we want to see is if we can grow these legumes with their symbiont rhizobium, can we fix nitrogen? In essence, can we turn the lifeless regolith of Mars and the moon into a living viable soil that we can then crop other plants in, grains and tomatoes and other vegetables that are nitrogen intensive. They need lots of nitrogen to grow. But the legumes, they're able to gain all the nitrogen they need from their rhizobium partners. We went through a dissection of the plant's roots and the nodules that form with the rhizobium infection in the roots, and that's something that we'll probably repeat. But if you go back, I think it was episode 2 of our broadcasts where I did that dissection live, and you're welcome to use that with your students. Maybe you've got some legumes that are far enough along that they could uproot them from their garden and see if they've started to nodulate. And we're opening this project up for the candidate for our next legume. So we've heard from, we started out the day with soybeans, and then in Canada, and then we traveled to Japan to hear about azuki, and we went down to Texas and heard about chickpeas, and then over to Georgia to learn about lentils, and down to Florida to learn about mung beans. We've been all over the place. And we've learned about all the different places that humans have carried these legumes around. They're so important to our diets, so important to so many cultural connections. You've yet to hear from, and next week you'll hear from, I'm sorry, we also went to Rhode Island and heard about alfalfa. I just saw Renee out there walking her dog. You're going to hear about clover, and you're going to hear about peas, and you're going to hear about probably cowpeas again. We'll get a little more into those and maybe see if those need to stay as a flight candidate.
And also, I think we should mention, Michael, if you have your favorite legume and we're ignoring it, by all means, step up. Maybe you have a PR firm like that supports that legume, and let's get them aboard. Show us why, tell us why it should be investigated. And I do want to stress that there is science research behind this. And so we're having fun. I think it's important to smile a little bit during these things that we can't control. Makes it feel uncertain and uneasy, many of us. And this is a way cathartic for me, and I know it's for all of us joining here, that we have formed our virtual community, our real community. On the other end of the camera lens there, I know there are people that are sharing a similar passion, and it helps us, if anything, distract from the uncertain. And I know what's certain is we're going to fly experiment number 8 to the space station, and we need your help. Which is the right legume? And so on the science end, let's think about it. How much water and nutrients is going to be required for that particular legume? Are they really resistant to extraordinary environmental changes? Or are they really particular? Do they really have to have that certain kind of condition to be just right? And I guess very similar to our astronauts, they're going to need to be flexible and versatile, and being able to, on their own merit, be able to survive in different environments. So that's something to be considered. On the other side of the plant biology itself, we have the engineering. And now we can't fundamentally dramatically change the engineering. I mean, what goes up there looks something like this. This is just an aluminum box, 10 centimeters square, that our biology is placed in it. The electronics are placed in it. It gets loaded onto a locker on the space station. Ours is twice the volume. And we have the equivalent here on Earth. That's normally in the museums and the science centers and the classrooms, the libraries around the world. We don't have that privilege right now. We can't go into our rooms with our students, with our guests, to share these experiences. So we're making it all virtual. So there are things you can do with your legumes right there in your own garden, in your kitchen window. Grab some beans, try an experiment, join a team. So you've heard from some of our teachers here as they introduce their favorite candidate to fly, rally behind one of these candidates, or submit a candidate of your own, and then get some folks to rally behind that. Show us why that's going to be important. But between now and what we had tentatively said is Earth Day to make that decision, I think we're going to extend it a little bit longer. Our flight was originally scheduled on SpaceX 21 for August. We have been moved to October, which means our design team here, when we start our ground trial experiments, we have a little bit more time. So this will actually get us time to roll up our sleeves a little bit and start planting some of our seeds and seeing what they can do. We welcome you to do the same and follow along. We want those observations. And Michael, maybe you share in your classroom what are some visual observations and some recording practices that you might do in your classroom. These are the things we want your students to have, whether they have a notebook there. They don't need to have a computer. They don't need to have internet access, but we want them to record and act just like a scientist would. What are their observations?
Not act like a
with their
scientist,
hypothesis.
be a scientist.
What's that?
Not act like a scientist, be a scientist.
There you go. Well, I correct myself. There you go, Mike.
One of the most important things that I find is observational drawing. I always ask my students to draw the specimens that they are observing and really try to get the detail of the different things that they're noticing about the whatever it is, in this case, plants. And it's not about creating a work of art. While a lot of these sketches the kids will make are quite beautiful and they're amazing, it's not about the artistic endeavor as much as a way of recording what you're seeing, communicating what you are seeing from your point of view. And it's a great way to notice what's important to that individual. What is it that they're seeing, or what is it they're not seeing? Sometimes I'll see that students are just randomly taking a green to draw a sketch of a plant, and I'll engage in conversation with them about it. Is that the color of this plant? Is it only this color? And then all of a sudden they start noticing a full palette of colors, all the way from the reds and yellows and oranges and browns and greens and purples. The whole spectrum is there in almost every plant if you look closely enough. And it'll be in different places. And those pigments indicate different things. So it's a great place to spin off of questioning, well, why do you think those colors are there in this one and not that one? Or notice we created this stress in the plant's environment, and the color changed. What pigments were expressed? Where were those pigments expressed? They can give us time, or they can give us a sense into how well the plant is metabolizing the nitrogen compounds, or are they even available? Because there's some distinct changes in the colors of the leaves as a result of nitrogen deprivation. The way in which the plant growth, the vegetative growth, will tell if there's actually an excess of nitrogen. The way the flowering and the fruiting will give us clues into the phosphorus and potassium levels available to the plant and how well it's processing those. If you look closely at flowers like these legume flowers, there are these wonderful markings, and it's a really beautiful flower on all these legumes. They all have a basic form to them with these two sail petals that stick up. And if you look closely at those, you'll see that there is a counter coloring in them that actually creates a path right to the center of the flower. And that's to help direct pollinators. And they actually, that if you shine ultraviolet light on that, you'll see how much those patterns just glow. And that's because a lot of the pollinating insects, their visual spectrum is shifted to the ultraviolet side. So the plants have adapted to do that, to gain more effective pollination. Whatever the research is, even if it's mechanical, some sketches of, think about the incredible drawings of Da Vinci, and just Da Vinci's notebooks, and how this stuff scribbled all over the place. It's not linear. Science is not a linear process. As much as people want to try to train you that in going from this step to this step to this step, that's not really the way it works. A scientific experiment can start anywhere from a question, an idea, hypothesis, an observation, and then you loop around to employing all of those different aspects of the research. But your students, especially your younger students, are natural scientists. Unfortunately, some of that's been beaten out of them in terms of to conform to certain educational demands. But here's an opportunity to let them have some freedom. Play. Science should be play. There should be some real joy in it. You should get dirty, stain some clothes, get some scrapes. Just don't damage your lungs and eyes. You burn yourself, you'll heal if it's not too bad. One of my favorite stories is of Leland Melvin, former astronaut, and he used to be the director of education at NASA. And he tells this great story of he got a chemistry set for Christmas one year, and then set about experimenting with it and burned a hole in his mother's rug. But that was a point, and she was like totally cool about it. I'm sure at some level she probably wanted to wring his neck, but here she'd given him this tool to explore, and that's exactly what he did. And he learned all kinds of things. He ended up being a chemist. He's also the only astronaut who was drafted by the NFL. He was
all those parents at home, imagine if your kids are watching, you want to make sure they're not burning your rug.
Kids get permission for stuff, but the kitchen's got an amazing treasure trove of things. I talked earlier about your toy box, all the toys you don't play with anymore. There's all kinds of stuff you can scavenge from there to engineer something else that you need now, whether it's the apparatus to conduct an experiment or a whole new toy. Javier, are you wanting to ask a question, or are you just waving hello?
Oh, I just want to share a letter that I got from a student.
Yeah, please do.
She was a student, I think, 3 years ago. And, I'm going to build up a little bit on what you say about, nonlinear thinking, and also that we're lacking in these learning environments. We're just trying to fulfill some requirements, but this was an open eye experience for me from this student. It's from a student, Isabella. She was one of my favorite students. And she says, a time I had fun at school was when I was in kindergarten. Mr. Montiel was my teacher back then, and he did experiments with us though. I remember when he let us make when he let us make Lego cars and race them. It was so fun. I won one race or twice, but I do remember he let us play with our Lego cars outside. After, we were so happy that he said we were going to do another experiment. We were so happy and started to jump around. He said to put the 2 drops of food coloring into a big Coca-Cola bottle filled with water. I put 3 drops, though, and no one knew after. I took it home. My mom threw it away, and I was so sad, but happily played. I knew it would take a spare from the space from the house. That's why I happily played. Though he said one day at school, my friends and I were made a hammock. and the littlest kid would go on and fall. Mr. Montiel, then he dropped it. And then, and the kid, he looked at us, he looked at him, our hearts were pounding. He said, Joel, you were making hammocks, weren't you? He nodded, he slapped his face and said, really, guys, really? So it was, you know, 3 years ago, I had this student, but she still remembers, you know, playing with science, playing with Legos, being outside. And sometimes as teachers, we get sucked into this hurricane of trying to get some goals, that we're forgetting about all of these experiences that the students need to have in order for them to learn. So my wife sent me a copy because she's now working with her. And as soon as this pandemic finish, I'm gonna put this just right behind this this International Space Station.
That's amazing, Javier. It's just, that is such a testament to how important inquiry is, real inquiry, where you don't know where you're going. And just, and it's great that you have been able to give your students that privilege of truly exploring. And here now, teachers, you've got the perfect opportunity. Everybody's getting a little stir crazy. Go outside in your backyard or the front stoop of your apartment and just make observations of whatever's capturing your interest. There's all kinds of things, and share them with us, please. We want to see how our scientists out there are executing their passions and skills and learning new things.
You know, I guess the full disclosure, many of you already know that, but my background is in art. I'm not a scientist or engineer, and nor a formal educator. And inspiring people, having them chase their curiosity to open their mind, is really what fundamentally has driven me to work with Tony, my co-founder here at Magnitude, to make these experiences available. Go out and grab a handful of dirt in the backyard and look and see what's in it. Go ahead and listen to all the birds you can hear. How many can you identify? How many different plants can you see? Do you know what they are?
Even a space opportunity as a 10 by 10 centimeter. What's the biodiversity in that little patch of ground? We can all go out and do that.
Maybe we need to do that as a challenge. But what I want to do is also recognize that we're getting to the top of our hour. We can kind of wrap this on the back end as well, but we have
Liz or Lori just brought up a plant. I just want to quick share what that is, and then we'll go to you, Liz.
Yeah, Lori, what you got there?
Okay, so I just wanted to share. So this is a kidney bean plant that my AP Environmental Science class started in the fall, and this started as a salinization lab to look at salt tolerance of a number of different types of beans. And this is the only surviving plant from that experiment, but it has grown quite a bit. What also was interesting with it is the soil got infested by spider mites. And so the plant started dying and the leaves were turning white. And so we one day had to abandon our lesson for the day and figure out how to save the bean plant. And so absolutely. So the kids got online and started getting under the microscope, and we found spider mites, and they were sucking the chlorophyll out of the leaves. And so this experiment right here, it's just a really good example of what you were talking about, of you start something and you just don't know where it's going to go. And the kids took it and really ran with it. And so next week, I'm hoping to use this as the plant to dissect, like you did, Michael, to see if we can get some of the nodules off of it. So
great. If you do it on video, please invite me. I'd love to be in on that.
We're going to schedule that, actually. Lori, would you be the star of the show? Yeah, let's do that.
Sure.
One of our broadcasts.
Sure, we could schedule and give that a try next week.
And then Lori, then you can lead Team Kidney Bean.
Oh, yeah, we see. I have the hydroponic system behind me, and I've got a number of different legumes growing back there in that. So I'm going to try it with a number of different plants.
Excellent. It's so great to have you aboard.
Thank you. I appreciate the invitation. My kids are really excited. I have about 75 of them who have logged on and started the challenge today. So they're off researching.
That's
this
great.
That's what we love to hear.
Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic. All right. So we're going to segue a little bit. You know, our plants, one going to space station and the many that stay here on Earth are very similar to these twin astronauts that went up, Mark and Scott Kelly. And we're really, really grateful and fortunate to have with us Dr. Liz Warren from the U.S. National Laboratory. And she's done some interesting investigations on human physiology. In fact, that's pretty much what her excitement is, at how our body changes when you take that vector of gravity out of the equation that we've evolved with. And so it's much easier for us to send a plant up there. Our Scott Kelly plant is in microgravity, and the Mark Kelly plants are here on Earth. And if something goes wrong, well, it's a little safer than if something happened to our people. So with that,
it'd be interesting to find out if our plants, if their calcium, I'm losing I need more coffee. I'm losing the word putting together sentence making.
If their calcium.
If the calcium metabolization of plants is affected by microgravity, if there's any corollaries with the mammalian.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's turn it over to Dr. Warren. So Liz, thank you for joining us today. Maybe if you can give a little background, kind of what, you know, where you coming from, what motivates you, what gets you excited about space. And we just kind of take us on a ride.
Absolutely. Hey, so first a little comm check. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, sounds great.
All right.
5 by 5.
All right. Well, thank you for having me, first of all. I tuned in a little bit early to listen to what you guys were talking about. And Ted, what you just said, and actually Michael as well, all of you, Javier, these are the things that got me excited as a scientist. In fact, I was in 7th grade when I decided, oh, this is for me. I'm going to be a scientist. And what it was we were dissecting some plants and animals, and our teacher had us observe what we were seeing, and draw what we were seeing, and through a microscope or just with our naked eye. And somehow that connection for me of art and science, I didn't even know it was science, really. I mean, I did, but drawing what I was seeing, simply observing and taking the time to actually see what I was seeing and observe it and draw it and try and recreate it, that for me was a huge moment. I became a scientist then. Of course, I also agree that I believe we were all born scientists, because what kid does not ask a bajillion questions? And, over time, maybe it kind of gets beaten out of most of us, but this is a great time to stay curious. That is the most important thing to instill in our kids and adults too. Don't stop asking questions. Be curious. Use our observational skills. We have pretty amazing tools to observe the world around us. We've got our ears, right? They're on either side of our head, so we can get a binaural kind of 3-dimensional sense of where sound is coming from. Our eyes, Michael, you mentioned, our optics are actually, we think they're pretty good, but they're not that great. Boy, a bee and a butterfly and a moth, they can see more colors than we can, where they can see into the infrared. So the flower that you and I can see and draw in a notebook is not the same thing that a flower, that a pollinating insect might see. Our nose, smell the world around us. Go grab that handful of dirt and just spend a moment looking at it. I myself, just in the past couple of weeks here, have noticed how many more birds I'm hearing. And Ted, you mentioned that. In the morning, I guess I didn't notice that I was just hearing cars and airplanes, and now I'm hearing birds. And what kind of birds are they? I don't know. I want to run outside and see. So as adults, as kids, we have an opportunity here to be curious again. use our observational skills. It's taken me a little while to remember how to use them. But all of us, homework today, go outside, go look at a 10 by 10 centimeter patch of ground. What kind of plants are there? It's not just grass. And if it is grass, it's probably not just one kind of grass. And if you poke around and dig into that grass a little bit, I bet you see some insects. And what is the soil? It's not just plain dirt. There's probably little rocks in there. And where are those rocks from? The plants, the animals, the whole world around us. What are we seeing? It's magical. Science is magical. And that is my little segue into the space station is also an absolutely magical place. Boy, imagine if all of us had spent 6 months in space together. It would be a little crowded, but when we get home back to Earth, if you talk to an astronaut who has recently returned to Earth, my goodness, that's what they're hearing and that's what they're paying attention to. The smell of rain, the feel of wind, the sight and the sensation of the sun and the warmth and coolness. These are all sensations that maybe they haven't had an opportunity to have for a while. So boy, we're lucky we can have it anytime we just step right outside our door. So that's kind of a fun question to even ask students. Imagine if you couldn't feel the sun on your face, or what if you couldn't hear nature? Sensory deprivation, what does that mean? And to get back a little bit to Scott and Mark Kelly. So Scott Kelly spent just about a year on the International Space Station, and Mark Kelly, his twin brother, spent the same amount of time, but on Earth. And they're both astronauts. And some of the very simple observational studies that we did between them provided a treasure trove of data. And so Ted, you mentioned in your introduction, I'm a physiologist. And again, I kind of stem that back to 7th grade, a decision that I made in our little biology dissection lab. I've discovered this is what I want to do. This is really cool and I'm good at it. And I decided to be a physiologist. And I also, at the same time, I knew I really liked airplanes and I really liked rockets and space. I thought I was going to have to choose between them. I thought, well, eventually, I guess when I get to college, I'm going to have to pick a career path, whether I'm going to be an engineer or I'm going to be a biologist. And I was actually a little further along in my academics. I was in high school when I learned that actually I could do both. And my mom was an avid newspaper reader, and she cut out an article. She would do this all the time. And it was a little bit annoying, but she would cut out an article and leave it on my bed or leave it on my dresser to read. And she cut out an article that was about a space shuttle mission that was completely dedicated to space life sciences. So it was space and it was dedicated to life sciences. And it was one of those mind-blowing moments. I did not know that biology and life sciences changed in space and that people actually studied those changes. That meant I could do both at the same time too. So this is a great thing. That's kind of set me on my career path. I was in high school. I think I was a junior in high school. And quick story, my mom actually read the article, we read the article, and it turns out that one of those astronauts that was selected to be on that mission, that space shuttle mission, totally dedicated to space life sciences, actually lived 2 miles away. And this was in Northern California. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, right across the bay from where Ted lives in Marin County. And it turns out this astronaut lived like less than 2 miles away from us. And so my mom called her up. Her name is Millie Hughes Fulford, and she actually grew up in Texas, but lived in near me in San Francisco, or in Northern California. And my mom invited this woman over for tea, and that mortified me as a high school student. I was like, Mom, no, you can't just call an astronaut and invite them over for tea. But actually, it turns out you can. And it turns out that that lady might just come over to your house and reinforce the idea that, yeah, you can do whatever you want. You can be whatever you want to be. You want to be a biologist at NASA? You can do that. And so, very simple things and coincidences led me to realize that I could do all the things that I wanted to be able to do. And that's true for your students as well. I'm sorry, I'm going all over the place here, but I forgot to tell you guys that 2 nights ago, I was out for a little walk in my neighborhood. And again, I had my observation eyes on again, not just walking to go somewhere, just being outside and enjoying being outside. And I found a little baby snake skin that had molted. Anyways, sorry, that's distracting. But these are the things. Magic is all around us. Biology is all around us. And I see one of my colleagues is on. He's a physical scientist, so I have to talk about that too. So let's imagine ourselves back on the International Space Station. So we're all up there. We're floating. It is a lot of fun to float. My goodness, but it's actually not that great for the human body. And I'll talk about that in a little bit when we talk a little more about the twin study between Scott and Mark Kelly. But the magic, if you will, of being in an environment. The International Space Station is this huge laboratory. It's about the size of a football field. It weighs 1 million pounds on Earth, right? Because it doesn't weigh anything in space. And it is a fantastic place to be doing science. And everything that you can observe, whether you're using a microscope or just your eyes, is completely different. Everything from if you squirt out a little bit of water from a drink bag, it doesn't spill onto your desk. It forms a sphere. Why does that happen? All those little weak forces, surface tension and capillary action, they become more prominent. Now, gravity is also a weak force, but it sure is strong. Ask anyone who has just returned from space. So water forms a sphere. And what does that mean? It's this lowest energy, lowest entropy form. And that's what water wants to do. And it can inform us so many things that back here on Earth can make our lives better. Everything from the laptop that I'm using right now has got something that keeps it cool, that in theory, I'm not absolutely sure this particular laptop, but is guided by the capillary action of fluid motion. And that's how we cool things off. That's a heat pipe. And speaking of heat, not only does water form a sphere, but so does fire, right? If we've got a little, not that we should do this on our space station, if we light a match and hold it up, it doesn't form that candle drop, that candlestick shape, that very familiar tapered end. Fire doesn't do that in space. Why not? Well, we all know that heat rises, right? And cold air sinks, but that's all buoyancy driven convection, which is based on mass and weight. And there's no weight in microgravity. There's no buoyancy driven convection. Hot air doesn't rise, cold air doesn't sink. And so a candle flame doesn't look like a teardrop. It also forms a sphere. So just like the most basic things that we use in our everyday lives, turns out they're very different in microgravity. And that's why it's such an exciting place to be able to do science. I tell researchers when I'm just talking to them about why they might want to do research on the space station, I talk to them about looking at their science with a brand new lens or a brand new set of eyes or a new pair of glasses. It allows scientists to see something in a new way. And that can often lead to very fundamental discoveries. And whether those discoveries lead them to a new solution for a problem they're trying to solve, or very often it just leads to a new question. Boy, I'm sorry, I'm bouncing from space back to Earth all the time. But if a student finds a snake skin, what kinds of questions can they ask of that? why does the skin have to come off? It doesn't come off of us when we're growing. And if you look at, I looked at it with a little, I don't have a microscope. I can't believe I don't have a microscope, but I do have like a little lens, and I was looking at it super closely. You can see all the little, the little structures that, anyways, science is magical. And I hope that, we're taking an opportunity here to allow the magic of science back into all of our ideas and all of what we're doing. Growing plants in space and the questions that we're asking, those are, let that magic back in, the curiosity, the serious questions too, though, right? If we're going to Mars, we want to have a food crop that can feed us. Maybe it can also help with our ecosystem, our environmental control and life support system. Can it take away some of the CO2, the carbon dioxide that we're producing? Can it make some oxygen for us? What else can it do? Can the plants clean the water? So many benefits of asking these questions. And of course, whatever we're doing to explore space very often has a real benefit back here on Earth too. Let's see, another thing that I wanted to mention. So I talked about fluids, I talked about flames. Microgravity and space flight also has profound effects on living organisms, whether we're going to talk about a microbe, viruses, kind of hot topic, and plants, also hot, pertinent topic, animals and humans. So, okay, back to Mark and Scott Kelly. So as a physiologist, I'm very interested in how do we keep humans safe in space? How do we keep them productive and working? And what's happening to the human body in space? We learned very early on in our space program that the body changes in space. And most of those changes they're not very good for when you come back to Earth. They can be considered adaptations. Like our body, adapts to microgravity, which is also kind of mind-blowing that it's able to adapt so well. But those changes are kind of suboptimal, if you will, for when you come back to Earth. We've learned a lot in the 60 or so years that we've been going to space. And our astronauts are coming back in really good shape. Scott Kelly, after a year in space, came back in really pretty darn good shape. I was a little surprised personally. But one of the most surprising and interesting things that we learned about Scott Kelly's mission, and I should say Mark Kelly as well, the twins study, was about DNA. And this same thing may be happening in plants too. I don't know if we've actually really studied it, but there's something called telomeres. And a telomere is kind of like the end cap of your shoelace that fits on chromosomes. So all the DNA in our cells is packaged up nice and tight, wound up in chromosomes. And the end caps of those chromosomes have kind of a protective cap, much like the end cap of our shoelace, but it's called a telomere. And as we go through life, we know that telomere length, the protective part that protects our DNA, changes in shape and changes in length. And if you experience a very stressful environment, maybe, finals when you're doing school, or grading all the finals and having to get your grades in, it's probably a good chance that your telomeres are shrinking a little bit because it's really stressful. But have faith that they will elongate again and get more protective as life goes on. We all expected that Scott, compared to Mark, Scott's telomeres would get pretty small in space because space is a stressful environment in many ways. But it shocked us all that his telomeres actually got longer in space. This was mind-blowing, actually. All of us were like, what? We totally didn't expect that. And that's fun for a scientist, right? Because honestly, in space research, it's rare to get a real surprise. We spend a lot of time on our hypotheses and making sure that we have a pretty good idea what we're going to get results wise. This one was a mind blower. And the really neat thing about it is a lot of us also thought that, well, that can't be right. Something's got screwed up. Did we mix up the blood samples or, something, this can't be right. So we went back and looked at some other astronauts' blood samples that were stored in the freezers here at Johnson Space Center. And it turns out that they were shorter too. So it turns out telomeres might shrink in space. Now, that doesn't mean it's not stressful, and we don't know what it means. I'll say right now, we don't know what that means. But I think an interesting hypothesis is maybe in space, it's so stressful that our bodies turn on some extra protective mechanisms that may protect the DNA even more than a normal environment, here on Earth. And so maybe space enables some super protective mechanisms of DNA. Maybe, we don't know. More research to be done. Let's see.
Are those telomere changes, are those permanent? Do they stay longer, or do they revert back to where they were pre-flight?
Good question. And I'm speaking a little off the cuff here because I don't remember exactly, but I believe they did return to pre-flight, but it took a while. It took at least 6 months. So that, it's an interesting question about collecting data from astronauts or any subjects that we send to space. It's nice to follow the recovery as well. An organism like a plant or a human will undergo a lot of changes when we get to space. But again, if we all come back down to Earth, it's pretty interesting to follow those changes as we recover and get back to normal life. So let's see, science is going full speed ahead on the space station right now. We're not being affected per se by COVID-19. Pretty busy research schedule. On April 9th, that's just a couple weeks, week and a half away, a new crew is launching from Kazakhstan. Chris Cassidy, Anatoly Ivanishin, and Ivan, darn it, I didn't write down his name and I didn't remember it. Michael's going to look it up. They're going to launch on April 9th. And about a week and a half later, on April 17th, the 3 crew that are there right now, Jessica, Mir, Oleg Kononenko, Oleg, holy cow, I've forgotten his last name too, and Drew Morgan, they're going to be coming back down. So it's kind of a short handover phase. We'll be back to 3 crew after a short phase of having 6 crew up there. Thank you, Michael. What you got?
So, Oleg Skarpochka. I've got Tikhonov and Babkin are going uphill with Chris, but maybe that's been changed.
That's switched out a little bit, actually. So sometimes that happens as well. Crew changes even up to the last minute. But regardless, science is moving ahead full speed. We're looking at all the groundwork that happens as we prepare for new cargo missions going to the space station. Coincidentally, we didn't have much cargo that is going to be launching until late August anyways. So of course, we've got our commercial crew program that is ramping up. We still expect to be launching that crew, maybe late May, mid to late May. Bob Benkin and Doug Hurley on the Dragon crew spacecraft. So things are full speed ahead. Of course, we're being very cautious with quarantine measures for the crew that's going up, and also for Jessica and Drew and Oleg that are coming back down. So interesting stuff happening there. I wanted to give you a couple of highlights of some recent really cool science that is happening on the space station. Those of you who saw me at SEEK at the Space Station Explorers Summit, you're going to hear what I had to say there. You'll be hearing it again. But a couple of really interesting things that I think you're Yvonne Wagner. Thank you, Mary. A couple of things that I think would be really interesting for students to hear about. 3D printers, right? We're doing advanced manufacturing on the space station. There's a really unique opportunity to be testing how to make new parts for things. We don't have to be Earth reliant. We want to be able to be space reliant. And if you need a new part for something that broke, print it, right? We're still testing that technology. It works really well with plastics. Took a little tweaking of the system because, again, without convection, the hot little tip that melts the plastic, there's nowhere for that heat to go except for right into the plastic. So it took some adjustments. But there's a future of now we're going to need to 3D print metals, right? Not just plastics. We're going to need to be able to do this with other materials. And so there's a lot of research in that regard. There's a new kind of material that we're doing 3D printing with that I think will surprise some students and maybe some teachers as well. It surprised me to learn about bioprinting, 3D bioprinting. What is that? Instead of plastics or other materials in the 3D printer, what would happen if we could put cells in a 3D printer and a gooey matrix that feeds the cells? Could we print tissues, skin, organs even? And these are the questions we're asking on the space station. And let me back up and say, well, why would we do that in the first place? We don't expect to have to print a new hand for an astronaut, like aside from Luke Skywalker, right? You don't need to do that. But there's a real advantage to doing 3D bioprinting in microgravity. We can do this on Earth. We can print with cells and bio ink here on Earth, but there's a limit to how thick that tissue can be. And it's about 1 centimeter. Once you get any thicker than 1 centimeter, the tissue that you're using, that you're printing, doesn't survive very long because if you'll recall, every cell in your body needs to have blood supply to give it nutrients and take waste away. And if you print baby new tissue, there's not enough time for blood vessels to grow. That's called angiogenesis, the growth of blood vessels. Not enough time for that to happen. And then the tissue gets too heavy and kind of squishes down on itself and just doesn't last very long. Microgravity is, again, a fantastic way to test a technology like this. We don't have gravity pressing down on the tissue, so you can build it up. You can build all these strange shapes that blood vessels might need to grow into. Or imagine a kidney, for example. There's a lot of strange shapes within the kidney. You can print those things, and the tissue has a better chance of survival. Now, I don't want to oversell this. We're not able to do it quite yet, but we're tweaking the system. We're learning as we're going, and testing it out, trying it out. And that's actually another kind of an important lesson for students to hear, that what we're doing on the space station, a lot of it is not that different than the science that they might do in their backyard or in class, which is try something. If it doesn't work, ask why it didn't work. And if you can't figure out, that's okay. Repeat the experiment. Did you get the same result? And if you did figure out why it didn't work, then fix it and try again. And these are really important lessons for students to hear. So we're not always successful on the space station. Fortunately, with the 3D bioprinter, we've had a lot of good luck. Luck may not be the right word because a lot of work went into this, but we've had a lot of good results. We've had some tweaking to do along the way too. But I think that's a good lesson. I think that's a good message to send, that we're learning as we're going, and we're not perfect.
Liz, it looks like Dr. Barker joined us in there, which is pretty fun. He wants to know when we're going to get burgers.
So this is almost the idea of like the Star Trek replicator, right? Oh yeah, and actually there's a nice article that Ryan Reeves has put in the group chat about 3D printing for human tissues. When are we going to be able to print stem cell burgers for astronauts' dinner? Maybe one day. We're still a little ways off of doing all of this, but it actually brings up kind of another interesting question. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place, Ted. I'm sorry. Normally, I guess I had too much caffeine today.
I love it. That's exactly the way my mind works, and I love it. Take us on a journey. If any of you, Dr. Barker's 3-hour jazz and conversation,
chance with
so go for it.
There's no script, Liz.
There is no script. We love that you're joining us. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, could we potentially be printing a steak or a burger for an astronaut? Absolutely. But that also asks a really good question. Is 3D bioprinting a solution for Earth-based animal proteins? Now, I'm not a vegetarian. I eat animal meat and I enjoy it, but do I need it? It begs all of us to ask the question of sustainability. And are the things that we enjoy, do we need to have them? Are they just a nice to have? If you show me or give me an Impossible Burger, is that good enough for me? Absolutely. Do I need to have animal meats? Nope. If you can give me the satisfaction of taste of something that is plant-based or cell-based, it was never ever inside of an animal, absolutely, I'm on board with that. And it's not just an ethical thing, it also has to do with sustainability, because a lot of our agricultural practices have a real impact on our environment. So there's a lot of learning going on, as all of us are as a species. We're learning a whole lot of things. And along the lines, back to some of the new things we're doing on the space station. So I talked about 3D bioprinting. There's another really cool technology that also uses stem cells. I didn't mention that earlier, but the 3D bioprinting generally uses stem cells as the base for the type of printing that we do. Stem cells are simply a type of cell in our body that can be programmed to become any other kind of cell. So, to remind you of basic biology, right? Cells in aggregate form tissues, and tissues perform very specific tasks. If you look at our heart, or if you look at our kidney or our liver or our skin, they're all cells. They're different kinds of cells and they have different functions. So a stem cell can be reprogrammed to be any one of those other kind of cells: a cardiac cell, a heart cell, a skin cell, a liver cell, a neuron, a brain cell. And so that's kind of the real interesting thing about stem cells. We can reprogram them to be any other kind of cell. And the whole field of tissue engineering asks the interesting question of, well, we were talking about lizards and snakes earlier. If I pick up a lizard in my backyard and I pick it up by the tail, you know what it's going to do? That tail is going to come off in my fingers and the lizard's going to run away. My cats learn this lesson all the time. But you know what that lizard's going to do? It's going to regrow that tail. How come we can't do that? If you cut off a finger or lose an arm, how come we can't regrow that? It has to do with stem cells, actually. We don't fully know why, but it's actually really complicated to regrow a limb or a tail. But wouldn't that be fascinating if we learned the capability to replace limbs or fingers or tissues from a burn or muscle? A lot of our elderly population, or even people with spinal cord injuries, their muscle degrades and they become very weak. People getting treatment for cancer, same thing. What if we could regrow muscle? What if we could regrow tissues? That's kind of the basis of tissue engineering. Can we use technology to aid our bodies in regrowing tissues or healing an injury, simply healing an injury better than we already do? Again, we're using the space station to learn some very fundamental science that can help us address diseases like I mentioned before. And that's super exciting to me. It's using the space station to benefit life here on Earth. And I think either Michael or maybe Ted, you said it earlier, science is non-linear, right? We don't just go from A to B to C. Sometimes we do, but more often it's you have a question about this and you start here and then you go off on this weird tangent and you learn something totally new. And maybe you've never forgotten about this question, but now you're really interested in this question. And that is totally okay. And it's kind of one of the really fun things about science. To go back to where I started, I knew that I wanted to work at NASA and do biology, but I was down here graduating from high school. I didn't know how to get to here, but I knew what I wanted to do. And every bajillion decisions that I made in my life to get to where I am here, I was lucky in that I always kind of had an idea of where I wanted to be. And that helped guide decision making. And it was very simple for me to say, well, do I do this or that? Which one of these gets me closer to my goal? And I was really lucky because I had a long-term goal. Not everybody does, but that helped me with a lot of decision making in my career path. I don't remember where I was going with that, but basically science is nonlinear and so is life. Life, one guarantee is it's going to throw obstacles in your way and brick walls, and how you deal with those setbacks, if you will, or those obstacles. That's what life is all about. I think it's like how you deal with obstacles and setbacks. A lot of times I would just find another way around the wall, or I'd dig under it, or if I couldn't hop over it, I'd just be like, okay, then give me a shovel because I'm going through. That's kind of how I approached life. Is if someone said, nope, this isn't for you, or nope, this class is full, or no, I don't think you're going to be good at this. And believe me, there was a lot of that. Is how did I deal with that? Did I accept what the naysayers told me? Heck no. I just found another way. And that's actually how I even got my job at Johnson Space Center. I was in grad school, getting my PhD to go work at NASA. And I found it was harder to get a job than I thought it was going to be, because they didn't particularly want to hire a bunch of PhDs. And I took a couple of trips out here, packed up my bags, knocked on doors. Hey, want to hire a scientist? And a lot of people were like, absolutely, but I can't pay you anything. So I'm going to need money. And it was being persistent and persevering and knocking on more doors and being a little insistent at times. So anyways, I know I'm just going all over the place.
No, this is fantastic. There's a recurring theme. We've only started these sessions from last Thursday, but when we hear the stories of how people got to where they are, there's that inner drive, the desire to be something in the future, and that perseverance. They're going to stick with it regardless of what gets thrown at them, right? But there was also another element of the mentor, the person that kind of gave us the stirrup up, that little leg up that allowed us to kind of keep on our path. And those two extrinsic and intrinsic things that happen enable those for you to fulfill your dream. And I think, in the smallest way possible, whatever we can to help, whether you're a teacher out there and you're thinking, oh my gosh, my world's totally changed now. I've got my students, they're not in my classroom. I've got to do something. Here's when we dig in and we think about persevering. What got us into teaching in the first place? Yeah. What gets us excited? How can we work around these obstacles? Do we grab a shovel like Liz and dig under the wall? Do we jump over it? Do we grab some friends and do one of those army maneuvers? If you've ever seen those videos, it's great how these guys climb a 20-foot wall in like 10 seconds, and there's 6 of them. They help each other over without a ladder or anything like that. Maybe we just need to come together and do something like that. My mind is, I've got a list of questions for you, and there's probably other questions as well. We probably want to check in on that. But one thing I'm thinking about is making a connection here. You talk about stem cells, and I know Dr. Barker's on, and maybe some of you teachers also have an answer for me, but I understand plants have something similar in the meristem, but I don't want to speak out of class. So can anyone weigh in on what the plant equivalent might be if there is something like that, like to a stem cell?
Hello. Can I add something there? Hello.
Absolutely. Hey, Richard.
Hello. Hi. What a fantastic talk. It's been really interesting so far. I've just been eavesdropping in. Stem cells are a fascinating thing, and as we just heard, they have so much potential for therapeutic applications and for potentially feeding people. And we've learned so much from them. Some of the most informative plant studies on the International Space Station have been done by growing plant stem cells in petri dishes and then observing their gene expression patterns. It's been a really fascinating tool. And I'm sure there's a lot of teachers that would love to do stem cell work in their classroom to follow up. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think human stem cells have special requirements, like legally, for people to grow them. But the methodologies that you use are the same as for the plant stem cells.
Awesome.
So perhaps those budding young scientists in the students that we call, as we call them today, we could practice their stem cell work using plants as a way to practice the aseptic techniques. And just after I finish this, perhaps you could go through some of like the methodologies that the teachers could use. But essentially, you can take Arabidopsis seeds and you can put them on a petri dish with if you add the hormone auxin, it will then cause that seed as it germinates to differentiate into stem cells. And then as you go through that, you have to practice all the important techniques that students and teachers need in order to learn about how to do stem cell biology. Would you like to elaborate on that, Dr. Warren? Because there's a lot of details there that I'm sure the teachers would love to learn.
Yeah. So I have not personally done any stem cell culture. I have done I've done cell culture work, and enough to know that I'm not very good at it. But you mentioned something that all students can practice, as you know, including myself, which is aseptic technique. And it's actually pretty important to what we're all going through right now. When you clean your hands, we've all learned that probably we're not the best hand washers. And we're learning new ways to stay a little bit more clean with how we're interfacing with the world around us. That is something, my cell culture was almost always getting contaminated. So I was not a very good cell culture person. But
mine too. Do you know how I learned to get around that? What I would do, I would just do 10 times more, and I would then just remove the half that got contaminated, and then I would have the amount that I needed for the next stage.
but you know, there's very simple experiments with you know, with an agar plate, and you know, taking a Q-tip and swabbing something around you, whether you're swabbing the grocery cart handle or the bottom of your shoe, or there's some great examples of students doing science where they're, you know, swabbing the subway and push, you know, get the Q-tip all over the agar plate, putting it in a nice warm place to grow, and seeing what grows on that agar plate. It's basically just cells, food, and seeing what grows, what kind of bacteria grow. The world around us is full of bacteria. It's a part of us. It's a part of the world around us. A lot of the bacteria is beneficial. Some of it isn't so good, but you know, it's the microbiome of the world around us, and our homes, and the dirt that we were taking a picture of earlier. It's all living organisms, and it's kind of a fun thing to do. That's a type of experiment you can be doing, but yeah, I don't actually know that much about plant stem cells, but I think that's a super great tie-in to what to what the Magnitude.io experiments are, and what kinds of questions could we ask in space? And go ahead.
Another question for you. So yeast studies. There have been some yeast studies in space. Have we learned anything from the yeast studies about humans and how humans might respond in space, like by like sort of comparative genomics, like, or I don't know much about the yeast studies that have gone up yet, but
we have, even I think, boy, 50 years ago, we were asking the very basics of what can live in space. We sent yeast, we sent animals. Yeast behaves kind of just like it normally does, I think, on Earth, with some differences, probably specifically at like the genetic and genomic and genetic expression level. But you know what? I'm actually not familiar super well with recent results of yeast and how that's applicable to what's happening in humans. But what it does is it reminds me of a term I haven't used yet, and that's model organisms. We're not always able to do the science that we want to do. Say, as a physiologist, I'd really like to dig deeper, if you will, into the physiology of what's happening in astronauts, but the astronauts aren't all excited about being dug deeper into. So we use things like model organisms. Plants are model organisms. We have some animals that we sometimes send to the space station, rodents, and they're model organisms. And we're studying what happens to those organisms, and we can dig a little deeper. And that helps inform us of not only what's happening to humans, but it allows us to, and yeast, for example, or the cowpeas or other plants and animals, microbes. But it gives us an idea of what might be happening in more complex organisms. Sometimes asking a simpler question or asking a complex question is made simpler by removing as many of the complexities and variables as possible. And a lot of model organisms share the same genetics as we do, almost, like what we're, a rat or a mouse, 90% the same as humans. I'm not sure about plants, but if you're interested in what's really changing in microgravity, you really just want to study what's happening at the genetic level, which genes are changing, which factors are getting turned on, which factors are getting turned off.
So that's a really interesting point, and that leads. So the reason for my interest in yeast is because of the links to all eukaryotes. But as you said, you're really interested in human physiology, and so that brings us to the use of mice and rats as potential models or potential experimental models for investigating how mammals might respond to the stresses of spaceflight. There's some really interesting stresses that we can, or tests that we can perform on Earth. Would you be able, have any of those been informative and let us know about things that would happen in space by doing terrestrial experiments on model organisms like mice, something like that?
So very, very much so. When we think about a biological response, a lot of times, we're studying a change in the environment, and those biological responses help inform us about what things can get turned on and off in our own bodies to deal with stressors. A really unique environmental stressor is space flight, but how does that really relate to you and me and our health? Maybe we're not just interested in astronaut health, but what about us? That may be earthbound for the rest of our lives, or maybe not. Maybe we're all going to get to go to space, but maybe not for long duration. I hope that I'm still going to get to go to space, but maybe I don't want to go to Mars. But why do we use space to study Earth? What's that connection? And that can be sometimes hard to explain to students, but I think a really good way to kind of wrap up this discussion and explain this a little bit is our bodies are constantly changing. Cells are forming, they're dividing, they're dying. Our bodies are constantly adapting to the environment. We're constantly changing. We're eating. We're interacting with the environment around us and things. And hopefully, if we get exposed to a virus, our body builds up an immunity. Hopefully everyone here is staying very safe and keeping social distance. But if any of us does get sick, our body has to mount a defense and has to work really hard. And all of these things that are happening in our body, it's constant change. That is one constant, right? Change is a constant. And sometimes we want to know how to prevent a stressful change from making a bad change in our body. And one way of interrogating, or one way of asking that question, is using space. If we take a model organism and we put it in a very stressful environment, what are the changes that happen in the body? Which genes are getting turned on? Which genes are getting turned off? And again, maybe this goes back to that telomere question with Scott and Mark Kelly. What was going on with Scott's DNA? How come it was getting protected? He was in a very stressful environment. Imagine if we were to understand exactly which genes were responsible for turning on that protective mechanism that saved his telomeres. If we understood that, what if all of us could take a therapeutic that would cause the same change to happen? Maybe we would all build more immunity to things like coronavirus. Maybe we would all be better adapted for stressful environments like home isolation. So it's using the environment of space flight to create a novel response that can inform us to help our health here on Earth. It was not the best explanation, but it was the best I could do right now.
Well, space therapy. I think we all just need to take a flight into orbit.
I'm in. Let's go.
So what is it? Only $15 million per application or something?
Maybe it's not that bad. I don't know.
for the select few. Well, Dr. Warren, this is making that connection. I mean, we're all people, right? And but we need to live with everything else on our planet. And our plants, we obviously have a really close affinity to them. The fact that they give us some oxygen and they're eating up our carbon dioxide, and all the mammals out there kicking that stuff out. How do we terraform a planet, right? I guess is a thing that we're thinking about. And how do you create protosoils? And it's not just about us and what we can consume as people, but how do we work with everything else that's out here? And I'm surprised with as much advanced technology and research and scientific investigation that we've done, that in a way we've kind of put the blinders on. We forgot about those birds that are in the tree singing, or about the little bugs in the ground, because we're really focused on making sure we memorize some core things. And, numeracy and literacy, absolutely critical. You need building blocks to communicate your ideas to others, right? You need to have those skills to be able to manipulate numbers to a degree so you can quantify and support your argument, right? Because I'm much more of a qualitative person. I really like to express, but then someone says, well, you better show me why. And I think that's why lawyers are very important. And since they need to build an argument, I think they can probably be applied, that logical thinking could probably be applied in a different way for betterment, right? In fact, I'm hoping artificial intelligence kind of replaces a lot of the work that lawyers do. If you think about it, it's just a code of laws, right? And if it's all about case study, then just run it through the AI. Right? So, but I get off topic just as easily as you do, Dr. Warren. But I think what I'm trying to say is
one of the things with all of those higher, if you want to call them that, formalizations, generalizations, are super important. But if that's where you start, unless you're one of 2 or 3% of the population that's what really excites you, you're going to lose most of your students. There has to be an emotional connection. There's got to be a personal connection. Yeah. This data has to be connected to something tangible if we want kids to get excited about it. It's got to be something they can play with. And so it's the It's the entry point. You know, you give them the opportunity to observe the phenomena. Just observe it, ask questions. Then, now that you got these 5 million questions, are the tools accessible to me that might help me answer some of these questions? And then where are the ones that I'm really passionate about and there's no tool for? And then, you know, then see if you could invent the tool to find the answer to that question.
It's interesting, Michael. The what you just said reinforced what Liz was bringing up at the very earliest part of the conversation, holding up that snake skin, right? And just even seeing that and recognizing for what it could be, and then actually realizing what it was. Perhaps, especially since the world is kind of topsy-turvy, it's a little upside down right now. Do we really want to open up chapter 7, right, and read about it and answer the questions in the back, the odd questions? Or do we want to just go out and observe? You were talking about, you know, sketching what you saw if you're watching a plant grow. Maybe we all, just us adults, and, you know, whether you're a parent, you're a teacher, you're a student, we're all students, right? Whether you're 88 or 8, it really doesn't matter. Let's kind of, let's reawaken that curiosity that we all have inside us. And I know in this group here, we're generally a more curious lot than what we typically run across. But I think the day-to-day that we just have to make sure we get the bills paid and the job is done and the functions delivered, we're relearning our loved ones closest to us. We haven't spent those conversations because we're too busy getting the report out, or the next project's due, or that phone call I got to get because it's super important. But now we actually have a chance to just take a super deep breath, and we're right here, right now. And let's do that power of observation, and maybe we can make that a topic coming up, and how we can use that in the sciences or even in the arts or what have you. But I think it begins by, as Dr. Warren said, opening up our senses, right? Our eyes, our ears, our nose, our taste, smell, touch, and how important touch is. And right now we can't touch others, right?
Yeah.
6 feet back, 2 meters back.
It's such a anti-human thing to be doing.
It's the largest organ in our body.
Last night, and it was like we had landed in an alien world, because there were very few people out, and they're spaced out ridiculously far by Manhattan standards.
Oh my goodness. I went running yesterday and there's no one on the street, and people were crossing the street when they saw me going down the street. And I'm waiting for, Adam, it's like, I know why you're over there. Hopefully neither of us have anything, but hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
And so it's the human is, it's about the touch. It's about the connection. We are connected. There's 8 billion of us, or 7.7, whatever the number is. It's always going up, it seems. But there are also all those other things that are sharing this amazing planet. How lucky we are that we're not on Venus. We are not on Mars, because those are really inhospitable. Even though we want to go to Mars, 1% of the Earth's atmosphere, mostly carbon dioxide. I think our plants might dig it. I think we're going to have some troubles. I have a question though, where we're going to get the nitrogen, as we get to Mars, right?
What you're saying is reminding me of the Avatar movie on Pandora. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
So, and as they run around, like everything that they touch, you can see like the fluorescence going through those organisms. I've shown you videos like that can happen in reality, but we'd have to genetically modify the organisms here on Earth so we could actually see it. But when we touch them, those waves go through them. When we pet our dogs, she's here now. When we shake each other's hands, when we hug each other, we send those waves of energy through one another at all times. So now suddenly imagine the Earth without humans there. There's this stimulus that we're constantly causing it. What would that look like? Oh, isn't that such a fascinating thing? And now as humans go elsewhere into the solar system, we go to colonize the moon and explore Mars. Think of us as we go there with our electricity, with our energy, how we can change those ecosystems. Well, they're not ecosystems yet, how we can build ecosystems in those alien environments. And that's the great thing about humans. We have this capacity to kind of think ahead and discuss things and plan collectively. It's really fascinating.
It really is. Wow. I never want these to end. And I want to, Liz, please join us on these if you have the time. I know you're pretty busy. We all are, but we're going to try to be very consistent about these. I think having that consistency helps me out as an individual. And having all my friends join us here as they work in their communities with their friends and family and with their students. Those that are kind of joining in and maybe picked this up at the last minute or might have seen a couple of our stuff before. This kind of fifth wall here, break it down. Come join us on the other side. Share with us why and how and where and when. Those questions you have. Your students want to hear from them. Maybe we might have a couple student sessions in which students can talk. We have to think about the privacy of students and what have you. Prefer students over the age of 13 if I look at like the laws and what have you. But if the parents are there, maybe we bring them in and we just have some sessions and hear from our students and their curiosity and what they imagine and maybe questions that they have. But I think this is a tremendous opportunity for us to kind of reawaken what civilization really can be. And we're in the second decade of the 21st century. What will civilization be like on planet Earth in mid-century, right? What will it be like as we get into the 22nd century? Unlikely that I'll be around for that, but there's some pretty crazy cool folks I know that are working on things of genetically modifying not just plants, but people, right? And will we actually genetically modify those astronauts or cosmonauts or taikonauts or whoever decides they want to go habitate another planet? Will we basically say, well, you're going to need these different things to change in your body? That's going to be really weird. Or maybe just through generational changes, these things that we're turning on and turning off are now just dynamically adjusting for that new environment. This 1/6 gravity on the surface of the moon, or this carbon dioxide on the planet of Mars. I'm really excited, and you get me really enthusiastic, all of you. And I guess I want to loop it back around to something super simple and fun we're all trying to do. In October, we're sending another mission up to the space station, and it's a legume, but we're not quite sure. We heard from some of our educators here on teams that are rallying behind the legume. They really want to fly, and we're having some fun with it, but we're also going to want to look at the science. Really, what are some solid arguments for getting this legume into orbit, and what can we learn from that? Can we create what Michael really is driving us with, these green fertilizers? Can we produce a high nutritious mass of material for consumption? I'm a layperson. I just get excited. I'll leave it to our experts here that join us and to you as educators to translate that in something meaningful for our students. But does anyone want to kind of lead us out of this wonderful conversation as we close off our afternoons and get into the rest of our day? Michael, you want to just close it out for us, maybe?
Sure. Each one of these is an incredible adventure. The thinking, the social and cognitive stimulation. We laugh, we think, and it's such a healthy experience. And I hope that the teachers watching this are able to bring this excitement. I mean, you can see we're all passionate about what we do and how we explore it. And I just saw Glycine Max fly across the screen. It's a bag of mixed nuts. And bring this to your students, the humanity of it all. Science is a very much a human endeavor, and we need a lot more of that. We talk about genetic modification. I mean, that's often considered a negative thing. And you think about it, that's exactly what agriculture has been. It's genetic modification. People have talked about the brassicaceae. Those exist in every single culture. The mustard plant has led us to Brussels sprouts and broccoli and cauliflower and broccoli rabe and bok choy and Richard probably jump in and name about 20 others off the top of his head. Every culture has those. Look at how many different legumes there are. That's genetic modification, because we as people chose the attributes that we were most interested in, whether it was for nutrition or taste or a combination of those things. That's why we chose those. That's why we cross-pollinated certain ones, is to create new cultivars. Yeah, there's the argument of the way that genetic modification happens now in the lab is breaking rules, but is it really? I mean, the organisms wouldn't respond if it weren't already innately part of them.
I've got a quick one there.
Yeah.
Who here likes sweet potato? Put your hands down if you like sweet potato, or up, either way. Yeah. Who doesn't like sweet potato, right? Well, like all of those who love GMO-free everything, I'm sorry to say, you have to avoid sweet potatoes. So if you look at recently, in the University of Ghent, it's one of the world's leading plant science labs, they sequenced the sweet potato genome. And it turns out all modern cultivars or sweet potato were genetically modified over 1,000 years ago. So the genetic modification mechanism that modern science uses generally involves Agrobacterium tumefacium, a free wild growing bacteria that lives in soil in North America and Europe and most temperate climates. What that bacteria does is inserts its DNA into the host plant to make a tumor, hence its name tumefacium. And then it lives inside that tumor, which then creates all the food that it needs to survive. Humans, we have hijacked that mechanism to insert DNA into plants in the recent decades. So that is what we now call genetic engineering, the use of Agrobacterium to transfer DNA into plants. So over 1,000 years ago, that happened in the wild in South America, creating what we now call sweet potatoes. So all modern sweet potato varieties underwent genetic modification by modern standards naturally 1,000 years ago, and then humans naturally selected for those using what we call natural selection or artificial selection. When humans do it, natural selection when it's just ecological pressures, you could argue that humans are a modern ecological pressure, which has been around for quite some time. Yeah, so the concept of genetic modification is fascinating. And so I just want to say my final point would be nothing is good or evil. It's just how you use it.
The application, right. So let's apply all of these observational and thinking skills for good and have fun. I really do challenge people to do some observational drawings over the week. It's incredibly therapeutic if you just, observe, and colored pencils are an amazing media for this. Watercolor is great, or just graphite. And bring them to these sessions with you and share them and show us what you're seeing, and bring some student work if you have it. Let's get everybody doing that kind of work.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us, and for anyone that's joining us through YouTube or through Facebook. You're part of our community too. So send an email to hello@Magnitude.io. If you want to share something, go visit Magnitude.io to join the Leguminaut challenge. We heard from some of our teams today. They're really excited to have you join. There we go. We got some advertising going on right now. Gil in Japan is sleeping right now in Osaka, but azuki bean, I think, is what he's all about. And I'm kind of up for that too. Dr. Warren, thank you so much for joining us and giving us a little insight and kind of, if anything, kind of reignite our curiosity, and to go out and just take in the world a little bit. And I think we need a little bit of that, especially in these uncertain times. I know for certain that I'm looking forward to seeing everyone next week as well. Our standard call is going to be a 1 hour on Wednesday, 3 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. If you're not on our regular email to get into that, please send me a note. I'll make sure you're in this part of it. And then we're going to have our regular programming Thursday and Fridays is what it looks like it's turning into. I still don't know what we're talking about. So if you or your colleagues have some ideas, send them to me and Tony and Michael. We're going to figure out what we need to do. And I want to just
Lori Waters is going to take an hour next week, is what it sounds like.
What's that?
I think Lori Waters is going to take an hour next week.
Oh, yes. We're going to do a little dissection, right? We're going to go in and have a look at what I'm curious about is that was the only one that survived this brackish water, right? And so.
Yeah, it was. So.
And
it was an experimental plant or a control plant? We got some Radicom.
Yeah, it's breaking up a little bit, Lori.
Radicom.
Yeah, and Lori, we're a little over our hour too. So but we're going to create a summary, and Lori, you're going to get on our calendar. You need to let me know when it's the most convenient time for you. Okay. So
And she'll have to tell us about her. She'll have to tell us about her Kennedy Space Center internship this summer too. What she has planned. Or did she not mention it? Is she too shy?
No, she didn't mention this.
I didn't mention it on the call here, but yes, actually, I received the email this week that I've been selected to actually work with Dr. Massa, who was on yesterday. And so I will be an intern at Kennedy Space Center this summer.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, congratulations.
And bacteria.
Wow, I'm swimming with the big fish now.
Yeah.
So it's exciting. I was really, it was a competitive process to do it. And so I'm going in as both an educator and a master's, a graduate student. So I'm
Fabulous. Fabulous.
I'm excited.
Yeah, but I'll take an hour next week when we can work on a schedule.
Excellent.
Very cool. I'm really grateful for all you guys. Take care. Be well. Love you and your families. And I'll catch up with you soon.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
Bye.
I love your helmet.